Let's turn that bot off. Where is he? That annoying stream element bot is not required anymore. Bum 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 bum. Can I make him shut up somehow? Let's see. Ooh, sponsorships. Nothing I want to do. Chatbot, there he is. Toyot, hello there! Welcome, welcome, welcome. I had an amazing time off. I feel fully energetic again. Even though I have a bit of a cough. Probably from yesterday's barbecue. But I feel decently relaxed. So relaxed, I completely overslept today. Like I woke up and it was like, oh, I have to go to work. Where's my phone? That's Herp. Also, I should grab myself. Sintert, did you just try to resub? Not seeing that pop up anywhere. But Sintert, how you doing, mate? Welcome, welcome, welcome. Alright, we'll see some pinks over here. One over there, please. And then we also need the other one. Pom pom pom. I do have to say one thing. At work at the moment, I have one task I'm really, really excited about, and one task I like to do, and one task that I push to myself, which I don't like to do, but needs to be done. Which is writing documentation. It's so annoying. But it is worth the time. It is definitely worth the time. Because the more documentation I write, the less people will come over and bug me. Oh, there it is! Boop! Sinter, thank you so much for the resub! 42 months! And then we also want to have one over there. There we go. There we go. Alright. Alright. Stretch. Get a proper thing in here. also open up this bottle of water. There we go, bottle of water. Alright, let's put it over there. Over later. Alright, the only reason why I'm tired right now is because I'm kind of weaning myself off of caffeine. It's getting better, but it's also... Alright. I think we can get going. 42 seconds left over there. That is fine. Did we get a key yet for Oblivion? We did not. But maybe we'll get it live. Who knows? Then we'll play some Oblivion. Good. That's also fine over there. We don't need this. We don't need that. Let's get going already. Good evening, Twitch! And welcome back to Factorio, a game we are playing all the time, every time. We will probably never stop playing this. Until maybe at some point in time Factorio 2 comes out. Well, actually, Factorio 2.0 is already out. Until Factorio 3 comes out, we will never get rid of Factorio. We will never, ever get rid of Factorio. Nevertheless, we got a lot of stuff to do. The game did have an update. I just didn't update the base game right now. Mostly because I just don't really want to deal with anything that breaks my modpack right now. So we're just gonna continue on over here. Alright. So the objective for today is... we probably want to scale up, like, a bit, maybe. I'm not quite sure yet. One thing we definitely should do is we should get our nuclear reactor going. So that will definitely be a thing we want to do. We probably also want to just get as much research done as we can. And I do kind of want to get the train network connected, like top to bottom. And if we want to do that, then we will have to deal with the middle part over here. And the smelter. And basically this over there. And the mine. Now, we can most likely get over this by just elevating the rails. But it's still not gonna be that easy, man. I was also kind of thinking about how we could set up a more dynamic train network. In terms, especially with requesting stations and providing stations. Because, of course, we got this one issue that if we... at the moment, we have our whole thing over here solved with named stations. And named stations work pretty fine. But I'm kind of thinking about setting up some kind of more dynamic system where we can just use completely anonymous stations and just use those for transporting input. Now, we can also use this train every now and then. You know, I mean, he is there to speed up our travel. Then again, if we do want to fully connect this top to bottom, we do still need cliff explosives. That is still like one of the major things we should aim for. So definitely something to do over there. At the moment, all of our research that's being made on Fulgura is going to go into the mech suit. There's another 632 available over here. You are up there. You have dropped down your signs. So we got the 1,600 signs, I think, stored in here. We can actually check over here. We got 838. There we go. It's right there in the middle. Which means we're still kind of far off of the science packs that is required to make the mech suit or to research the mech suit. And of course, the more production bonus we have, the better it would be for us if we want to use the least amount of science packs. Now, as for prop mods Mark 3 require biter eggs. That's a whole other story. That's an entirely other story, which we will have to cover at some point in time. But I do kind of want to at least get the middle over here under control somehow. Yeah, elevated rails. And the problem with elevated rails is, if we want to use elevated rails, we will also need to use ramps. And the ramp part is the part that is going to be the most annoying part. Alright. I'm also kind of thinking if it might be possible. I think we can actually make a train turnaround in our setup if we do use ramps. Because I think we can set up... Actually, I kind of want to try that real quick. Okay, then there's stuff everywhere over here, but it should be fine. I mean, worst case scenario, we get a ramp brought to us. But how about, yeah, let's maybe put you. We could put you over there, right? And then we try this real quick. Oh wait, there you go. Oh, this might actually work. Wait, where's this thing? There you go, there it is. Can't really make the... Oh. That connects. That's technically a turnaround. I'm not quite sure where this is even going. Hey, turn. Here we go. Yeah, good work. But you can see what's happening over here at the bottom, where we do have like a little bit of space going out onto the diagonal. If we did not have the train right over there, this might work better. We could maybe check it over here because we've got less stuff over here. Let's try this one more time. I'm very curious if this will actually work or not. Let's put you, say, over there. Oh. Yeah, that'll work. That will definitely work. So, with elevated rails, we can definitely make a turning circle. We can't make a turning circle without elevated rails, but with elevated rails we can. Which kind of means that we should probably make our diagonal one shorter, so we cannot do that. And Biter X, do I hear that they have returned Biter Goo to the game? A bit, I mean, in the late game. In the very, very late game. Well, not really that much of a late game, but more or less deeper in Gleba Science over here. At some point in time, there they are, you will get to the point of Biter Egg handling. And Biter Egg handling, for the first part, you're going to have to make yourselves a capture bot rocket, which you can use to capture yourself a biter nest, and then you can start to harvest eggs from that biter nest. And once you got like a couple of eggs in like available to you, and once you of course done a little bit of cryogenic science for here, you could technically make your own captive biter spawner by just building these by hand, and then you can make your own biter eggs in your base. The other way around would be to like occupy an existing biter nest with the biter egg handler over there, or the biter egg capture bot over there, which will allow you to get like the first amount of eggs, which is definitely an interesting way to do that. It's definitely, I really do enjoy that they kind of got back to like the biter goo, or the giblets back. Because that was a very fun mechanic in the past. Though it was also kind of annoying because you couldn't really automate it much. But this you can automate. Also, I kind of remembered something. And that is this over there. This one will probably not work because I don't think we've automated boilers. Maybe we did automate boilers, but we definitely did not automate stone furnaces. Because that's usually where I always struggle. I always set up like the automation for things like boilers and stuff like that. But then I kind of forget that boilers do require stone furnaces. At the beginning, most of the time, I don't really notice that that much because stone furnaces, you usually have like quite a bit of those, like from your first smelter setup, and then you just live off that stack for a while. But yeah, we should set this up real quick. That is a lot of substations in there. Can we maybe just override this real quick? Pum pum pum. Pum pum pum. One of these, please. And we shall go for the stone furnace. Where is that thing? Where is it? There. Good. And then maybe also trash unrequested. Off you go. And over here, same thing. Trash unrequested. Off you go. And that'll be fine. Good. With this, we can then make some stone furnaces. That'll be great. I'm looking forward to that. Did we automate the boiler per se? I'm pretty sure we did automate at least boilers, right? Did we do boilers? I don't think we did boilers either. The heat exchangers do not require boilers. The heat exchangers, they are made differently, right? Yeah, they're made from different parts. So that's also probably one of the reasons why I never noticed that we have never automated boilers before. We can use this one over there. Let's do the same thing over there. And Solans, hello there. How wide is the diagonal? It's just too short for a train to turn around. But we've just noticed that we can make a train turn around if we use elevated rails. But that would also be a whole different issue. In terms of width, it's kind of hard to exactly say how wide it is. We can measure it if you want to. But you over there make some border space, and then we do the same thing over there. Trash unrequested and trash unrequested. I mean, in a perfect diagonal, we can maybe go. Let's go somewhere like over here. We can count over here. We can actually count like this, can't we? Maybe just turn the grid on. There we go. So that's the tile. So 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9, 10, 11, 12, 13, 14, 15, 16, 17, 18, 19. About 20 tiles in diagonal. But I think if you would put those 20 tiles in, it's a diagonal. So if you would turn it into a straight, it would be the same, right? Wait a minute. That's the thing about the grid-based thing. I mean, if you got the perfect 45-degree diagonal over here, but it is longer than this part over here, definitely. So multiply it by the square root of 2, and then you get the distance. So it is kind of wide, but also it's not really too wide. It's troublesome and uncomfortable enough so that it is still fun. That's the most important part. So that it is still fun. All right. Do we get our heat exchangers here now? Here we go. Here we go. You're making boilers. Lovely. You're making these over there. That works, which means you're making heat exchangers now. And by heat exchangers, I mean thermal towers, heating towers. There they are. Good. Which means we can finally fill up this nuclear power plant over here. Excellent. We do need some more lamps down here, very much. We also still need to put the logic in for the nuclear reactor. And of course, the one thing I did kind of say that we want to do, but we didn't do is that I let the game run for a bit. So that maybe things like Covarex over here can finally start working. Then again, the only thing we're missing for Covarex over there is like 6 more uranium-235. So we're about to start over there. So at least that is something. And we might just pick up like 1 or 2 of the uranium over there to just get our nuclear reactor going. So let's maybe go over here and start with the nuclear reactor automation. Good, good, good. Also, in other news, Oblivion remake got released today. Like, suddenly. I guess some people were already kind of suspicious about that, but there was no big announcement. There was no like, here, wait until that day until it's getting released. It was just like, all right, drop it, and now it's here. We only had to sacrifice 1 pope to get Oblivion 4 remake. Let's sacrifice some more popes. Oblivion is something like 120 gigabytes. Wow. I was actually kind of curious why they did that like this. I'm kind of guessing that they wanted to finance their new engine they're working on. Because, of course, they're working on Elder Scrolls 6. Everybody's waiting for Elder Scrolls 6. But I guess at some point in time they kind of realized that they might run out of money because they can't sell Skyrim over and over anymore. So they were like, all right, remake Oblivion. Get some money in the bank. And to be perfectly honest, I don't blame them. That's a smart move. Alright, alright. So what do we need over here? Input, output, output, input. Did I turn this around correctly? But for people you know, it got more than just a remaster. It's put into UE5 as well. It's more like a remake. Yeah, I'm still kind of curious about a couple parts. And here comes, I mean, the no spoiler part right now about it. It's not because about the story. I do know the story. Though they might have changed something over there as well. Who knows? But I'm kind of more curious to see what kind of mechanics they changed. Now, we could, of course, just download it right now and boot it up. I did request a key for it, so I hope I get the key for it. If not, I'll just buy it myself, I guess. Because Oblivion was pretty good, I think. Most people remember Oblivion because of how insanely yank it was. And it was kind of insanely yank. But overall, it was pretty good. And the Vanessa statements, a dead political declaration, the world needs far more conservative statements. Alright, so how do we set this thing up? Well, first of all, we're going to start over there with requesting some fuel cells. There we go. Everybody over there can probably request 50. That will be fine. Maybe 50 is a bit much. You know what? Let's request 1 instead of 50. And I'll tell you what we're going to be doing over here right after. Because we're also going to be requesting over here from the buffer chest. And the buffer chest over there will hold everything we need. I hope they update the mechanics. Well, they really enjoyed the game. There was a lot of improvements could be made over 20 years. Yes, absolutely. But then again, I mean, the mechanics were kind of nice. I mean, they did. I mean, if you kind of remember, like Morrowind. Morrowind was pretty big on the mechanics, even though you couldn't really see much of the mechanics. And they kind of dumped it down until you got all the way to Skyrim. Skyrim is pretty simple mechanic-wise because what do you have? You got basically attack. You got attack. That's it. And everything else just grows around it. It got very much simplified, but on the other hand, that also allowed for a little bit more creativity from the player side. But yes, I'm looking forward to it. I'm definitely looking forward to it to see what we get out of it. All right, do I have got the buffer chest on me? Of course not. Let's put the buffer chest like right over there. This thing over here will be ordering the fuel, and 50 fuel over here is going to be more than enough. All right, then we need to wire you up. We need a little bit of logic over here. Did we ever automate logic, like arithmetics and deciders? We did. All right, so we just don't have them on us. That is perfectly fine. I think we just need like one of these. I think one of these will be enough. Skyrim was simpler mechanics-wise, but was better over experience. Yeah, but that's also pretty much it. I mean, the more complex your mechanics are, the more creative people can get with what they want to make. But of course, at the same time, you will lose people that just want the more basic stuff, because they're just going to be sitting there going to go like, I got no clue how to play this game. Best example, Stellaris. I mean, Stellaris for a 4X game has some pretty complicated stuff going on in it, if you look deep enough. Which also kind of means that most of the time, like, the people just want to just play a little bit of 4X, just sit there and go like, I got no clue what's going on over here. Same with pretty much every Paradox game. You know that when you're tired when you read the text, English Linux beard, and you go like, how does it work as a, wait, how does Linux have a beard, and what? I mean, it's a tux beard, of course, come on, man. Alright, so what do we need? We need to know the contents of the tank over there. We can use any of these tanks, because the liquid will be equalized around all of them. So that's one of the criteria we need. The other criteria we need is going to be the heat in one of these. We don't really need to check all of these. One of these is going to be enough. Read temperature. We can also read the fuel, reads fuel inventory and currently burning fuel. That might be good as well, right? Because then we can set up a whole set of criteria. Let's put in some more over there. We probably need 2 criteria over there, maybe only 1, but the criteria is going to be the following. Steam over here is going to be less than, say, 5,000, so less than 20%. Temperature over there, that's the T signal, right? Yeah, the T signal, where's T? There we go. Is going to be less than, say, 600 degrees. Maybe a little bit less than that. Maybe do 550. 550. What is the minimum temperature again? It's been a while. It is 500. Good. Get some caffeine. Like I said, I'm kind of trying to wean myself off a little bit more of the caffeine, because I kind of noticed that I've been overdoing it on caffeine a bit. So getting a little bit lower on it should be fine. And then how about fuel is 0? That could work, right? So all of these criteria. So if there's fuel in there and our water, our steam is low, and if there's no fuel in there, our steam is low and our temperature is low, then add 1 fuel. Things we need to do for the air is definitely set this to a stack size of 1. Here we go. And we probably also want to read your hand over there. Read your hand. Hold. Good. This one over there will be the master, and these over there will be the slaves. So let's use a red wire for that. So we can do this, that. Can we get all the way across? No, we cannot. That, this. And then And when do we enable? Well, whenever we set this signal, and this signal will just be the checkmark signal. Let's just do a basic checkmark. Alright, so you're going to be enabled if the checkmark signal is high. Here we go. And we kind of hope that they're all in sync. We do need a little bit more. We do need some more information. We also kind of want to know what is in these over here. And I kind of have the feeling, yeah, we have to be careful over here. I want to check these chests over there. These chests do only have a uranium request of 1. But that does not mean that they don't get more than 1. We don't have any kind of precise drops in Factorio. If we order stuff over there, we will most likely get more than 1. So we need a better check over there. And getting more than 1 is fine. Getting like a little bit extra does not matter too much. This over here will still be the same. So you'll be fine, you'll be fine, and you'll be fine. But this part over there needs a little bit more logic. We can do that with like 2 more combinators over there. Like 1 over there, and I guess 1 over here somewhere. Where we check this chest and the other chest. Here we go. Not like that. As far as you can know, you can set the maximums as well. It will guarantee to only 1. I know what you mean. But I kind of have the feeling we can test it if you want to. We can definitely set the maximum over there. We can set it to 1-1. But I'm not quite sure if we actually do get like exactly 1. Or if we get like more than 1 and then it will just go to the trash slot. We can try this. I mean, we can just go over here and let's order in like a medium electric pole. And we order in like 1-1. It's worked for you so far for 100 hours? Really? I'm curious. Oh, you might be correct about that. And what is our current robot stack size? Cargo capacity of at least +1. If that works, then we need less logic. That will be great. Guys, I might be learning something new about Factorio. I got like 10,000 hours in Factorio. This is the first time I do this. If a precise shipment works like that, that will be amazing. Let's see. He should be here any second now. Does say deliver 1? I'm curious. I'm also kind of curious. That's because 2.0 is not too old. True, true, true. I'm also kind of curious if he maybe brings more than 1. And then basically it goes into the trash immediately. And then the same bot picks it up again, you know. We have to check this bot right over there. Let's wait. Save the game real quick. Where is he? Can we see what you're holding? Is it exactly 1? Pom. She did have a day off? I had a day off yesterday. Yesterday I had a day off.
Bold, shouldn't you have a day off?
And I had a lot of days off the last couple of weeks. And to be perfectly honest, it's doing me very, very good. He brought exactly 1. I'm amazed. He also did not pick up 1 extra because he's now over there and he sleeps. I've made so many complicated setups using like, okay, perfect. Kick this thing out. That thing out. That will make it so much easier. Because then we can take all the signals from these over here as well. There is one issue we have over here. And that is let's switch you out real quick. We do need the red wire over here because we've got a green wire over there. We need to get the green signal over there. Which we can do quite easily. I'm just making an issue out of enough. I know. I see what the issue is. We still need 1 more combinator because we cannot combine these green signals over there. I kind of want... What we can do actually is... Okay, we have to swap this out then. No green wire over there. No green wire over... we do need a green wire over there as well. Alright, we need a filter. A filter will be fine over there. No condition whatsoever. Actually, we can use it with an aromatic one. Let's use an aromatic one for that one. There we go. Because the red wire, the green wire will be going to here. We need to turn the green wire into a red wire. But if there's a little bit of delay on that, that doesn't really matter. Alright. In here, everything. Multiply that by 1. There we go. Output everything. Will be fine as well. It was also last week on the schedule Discord. It was. I was kind of lazy with my schedule this week because yesterday I had the day off. But the schedule is up now. You get like every third day off. That is very true. I mean, this was now a long weekend. So the work week this week is only 4 days. Next week we got a work week of technically 3 days because Thursday is off. And Friday is a bridge day. I will be working on Friday, but the way I usually do it is like I work like 4 hours on Thursday, even though it's a day off, and 4 hours on Friday, and then I just make it like a nice short day out of it. Good. And this would be a perfect scenario for radars. We use our radars for something else. We use our radars for our train system. There we go. Our train system is our global request and provider situation over there. That sick time when you get back? Probably. And usually, if you work like in any kind of bigger company in Germany around this time, everybody will be on vacation all the time. No, we kind of forgot this somehow. There we go. Good. Alright, so add another condition, another hand. You'll be on the red and on the green. Wait a minute, the other way around. The other thing we need over there is we want to have exactly 4 of these. We're only going to be putting fuel in there if we have exactly 4 fuel cells available. That should do it. Cool. I learned something new about Factorio. Well, not really new, but I've never observed this kind of behavior before because we never really required it. Because we were always kind of fine with getting extra stuff. It's always nice when you learn something new. Alright, overall, this should be fine, which also kind of means we cannot drop these in there. Which means they will be... Well, I didn't really want to bring that in yet. Oh, because you don't have the enable flag yet. There we go. Well, we can pre-warm you a little bit. It'll be fine. Here we go. Also, I think... No, that's fine. You over there, you need to be larger than 0. Sure, we're just going to preheat the reactor. Good. Did we get all of these in there? Yes. I mean, preheating the reactor will be fine. It would be lovely if we could, like, turn off this heat alarm over there. But sadly we cannot. I found out the hard way that mines are no longer useful to defend against asteroids. Probably got some nerfed some time ago. Yep. What did you learn? I learned that you can accurately request 1 of these. Because normally when you request things from like the Roboport network, you will get more than you want. But if you set it the minimum and the maximum to 1, you will get exactly 1. And not like 2. Like I would have expected. Or 3, depending on your bot cargo size. Yeah, mines not really got nerfed. You can still use them, but they will blow up your platform. And you can now use mines to make holes in your platform and then kind of completely divert that rule that you can't have holes in your platform. Which is kind of weird if you kind of think about it, but they kind of left that. I'm actually kind of curious if they will ever address that, because that is more of a weird bug than all the other weird bugs we had the last couple of weeks. Like, you can now make proper donut chips if you want to. Well then. Yeah, that's... How much temperature was that? Okay, we're gonna need so much more fuel over there. Good. Is Comorex running? Not yet. We still need 3 more. Come on. I want to be lucky. But I guess we're not going to be that lucky. Also, okay, this will be fine. And they'll address it like in 10 years to irritate everybody who's gotten used to it like that. I mean, I can kind of understand why they don't do it. I mean, the one thing that's kind of weird is that you will get like some really funky undefined behavior if you're not careful when you get like a donut chip, because the way the platform builds.
We love Mr. Viking.
Oh yes, both we love Mr. Wait, what? Grow enough! Thank you so much for the resub, mate. Yeah, one of these cells was like, oof, that's not a lot of heat. Do these have like a bigger heat capacity? I wonder, how is the heat spreading? It's 20 degrees over there, and it's 50 over there, 60 over there. It might be fine. Might be fine. I hope it's fine. I really do hope it's fine. And yesterday was national holiday, but when you went to work, but you went to work and you kind of slept the whole time. Yeah, we now had like a 5-day weekend, and today when I woke up, I was like, sleeping in is great. And then I kind of realized, shit, I have to go to work. Is the heat spreading? Thermal mass? Maybe. I mean, they got like a standard heat equation for this. I'm actually not quite sure if this is a good idea or not. We kind of thought it would be a good idea because we do need the heat pipe capacity to push through all this heat. We could still replace this with like triple heat pipe, but I think this might be fine. In support of achievement change, you understand it causes some inconvenience because some people agree and probably have been handled better or sooner. It makes sense. Yeah, the speedrunner's whining. That's definitely a big controversy right now. I was kind of looking into some other things about speedrunning, and it's not really uncommon for speedrunners to run like a specific version of a game. Sometimes they even downgrade the run or the game while they run. But of course, it kind of depends on the category as well. And I mean, if they want to keep like their old tactics, then they will probably have to downgrade their Factorio to a version where this change was not effective. But to be perfectly honest, I mean, I would kind of like to see like some better strategies to come up now, some different approaches. Because if you're always running this, well, that's part of speedrunning, of course, because you kind of try to fine tune your strategy. But now you have to kind of rethink your strategy. You have to start that whole refinement process again, which of course can be quite a bit of a hassle. I do understand that, but to be perfectly honest, I think it will be for the better. But then again, I'm also not really a speedrunner. I play Factorio games the slowest way possible. So, yes. Alright. But, of course, we're currently not really making much in terms of fuel. The fuel we're going to be making, we're most likely going to be making it all the way over there or close to here. We are still at 48. Come on, give me trinket. And we do need more power to progress because we're pretty much at our power maximum. This, by the way, over here is half a gig of power. So, yes. I kind of wanted to make a gig, but we're also very much space constrained. We did kind of liberate the south over there. Oh, the stone field. We do need some stone and stuff like that. You know what? Let's work on stone then. And for that, I think we also need a whole bunch of train tracks. So let's get and extend the train line all the way to the south. Now, I was kind of thinking about how we could maybe make a more universal train station setup. I have an idea for that. Oh, maybe I just maybe refined that idea a bit. Because what we're basically gonna need is we're gonna need like we're gonna need something like a marking station or something like that. A station that will tell a train where to go. Because we can have like some generic purpose open requesting stations. But we will probably still need to do some mixing and matching. I think with the system we have in place right now, we can probably do that a bit better. Yes, I think I've got a better solution in my mind already. We're probably going to be working on some trains later today, but first of all, we need to get some more trains in there. Where is train tracks? Where do we do that? It's over there. How much is in there? That's a good amount. I'll take that. Industrial electrician, so you only work when there's a problem on the machine. And yesterday there was only one problem, and one machine was very literally on the only turned back on the motor thermal protection. Yeah. I mean, for me, it's very much different. Since I work like in software development more or less, I can basically do the work whenever I want. There's like no active demand of like, here, I've given you the task like 5 minutes ago. I want the answer in like 10. That's not how it's working over here. So I do kind of find myself most of the time, well, not really most of the time, but quite often I do find myself like working like at midnight or something like that, where I just go like, I could do some work. I mean, I'm kind of sleepy, but not too sleepy. Maybe just work for like another hour or two. Just work like a little bit on this, work a little bit on that. Like, from the perspective of, like, German labor laws, that's just like, what the fuck are you doing? You can't do that. I'm just like, yeah, but if I can work, why should I not work? Bert! Hello there! How are you doing? Alright, how do we get around this thing? Can we even get around this thing? Let's set you up like this. Yeah. Oh, that kind of works. I like that. Well, except for that weird turn over there. But we can do this. There we go. That does kind of mean that we are kind of building over here of the uranium. Then again, that should not matter too much. Not like that, please. I do like that we now have pocket bots finally. Like some proper pocket bots. I don't really mind building over the iron over here because the iron we're not really going to be using too much. There is a bit of an oil field over there. We're just gonna go past it for now. Here we go. And German friends would look at that work ethic and say, Bolt, when the fuck did you become an American? Now, in America, it's different. In America, you'll be working like overtime and you get like no extra pay. You're like, wait a minute, what? Excuse me? No. Alright, there's another cliff over here. And we can also not go past over there, but we can probably try it like this. Yeah, that'll work. I do kind of like these zigs and these zags that we have over here. Oh, really? Can we make it nice? Turn around, turn around, turn around. Speaking of, we can definitely turn around if we want to turn around. There we go. Alright, do it like this then. This entire coal field over there might be important for later on, but for now, we're just gonna go past it. Here we go. Alright, off we go. Get those bots back in there. We already cleared this part out in a previous stint. I'm kind of surprised that this actually works like that. Wow. Oh no, another corner. Can we landfill at least? No. God damn it. Alright, maybe stay on this angle for now. Try this. Yeah, we're gonna have these jumps every now and then. It's gonna be a very wibbly-wobbly train over here. Like every now and then, there's gonna be like this little jank going on over there. Just like left, right. Don't you worry about it. It's fine. Same thing over there. That's what we get for not defining like a perfectly accurate diagonal, which I do kind of like. I do kind of like that this diagonal is not like a perfectly mathematical diagonal. That we do have these impurities in there, that just makes the whole thing feel a bit more natural. Yeah, I'll put it over there because I think there's another spot over there. Ah. Let's see. Let's pick you up real quick. Pump. We can definitely make it through there. That's why we put that piece of track over there at some point in time. Pump. Rotate. There we go. Ah, come on. Really? Oh, I guess it's like off by one. It is exactly off by one. Here we go. And now that's the desires of finances and management, that you will do all the work where you're physically capable of, the absolute minimum of support and supply. Ah. Here we go. I mean, if I could, I would probably work way too much. I do have to be careful about it. Like I said last time, I should be taking breaks more often because I rarely take breaks. And by breaks, they usually mean vacation, because whenever I do a vacation or anything like that, usually the only reason why I do a vacation is because I go somewhere, like TwitchCon, for example, and that's not really a vacation if you kind of think about it. That's more like, all right, Bolt, you've been on vacation. Have you been relaxing accordingly? And I'm like, no. Question mark? Is there a cliff over here? Motherfucker. All right. Then we go like this. Wait, we go like this. Alright, the main thing we wanted to get over here was the stone field. We are now at the stone field. This part of this over there we don't need to worry about. It's on an island. And the more buttons further south over there, we also don't really care too much about it. But at least we now got the train track from all the way down here to all the way over there. The middle connection over there is still something I would really want. But it would require us to rebuild so many things. And not really rebuild, but just build things differently. We can definitely do that now that we have bots. We can maybe also kind of think about, I guess with bots this will be a little bit more trivial. I'm kind of also thinking that we could just rebuild most of this over here with sushi belts in mind. Smelting columns are still efficient and effective like this in my opinion. But we could and probably should push the smelting out to maybe somewhere else. Then again, we could also redo smelting once we have gone to volcanoes. And we got the foundry, because with the foundry, the smelting over there will be entirely different once again. Alright, we actually got any miners on us? We got 2 electric miners on us. Good job, me. Well, 1, 2, there we go. Then, all the stone over there needs to go into some kind of train station. I guess we can make the train station over here. Oh, there's a tree in the way. I'm like, what the fuck is going on over here? Good. Sure. Make the train station over there. Do we got some train station parts on us? No, we got nothing on us. Like, absolutely nothing. But we can just deal with that. So, we got 1-to-1 trains. This is a perfect spot for a 1-to-1 train. Do we got signals on us? No. We need to make a little bit of a better layout over here. Like, at any given point in time, bring me like a fast rails, please. Then we need some rail support gear, like how about some signals. We don't really need that many signals because we are not going to be building that big of a train system. But like a stack of each will be fine. Same for like a stack of train stations. And then what else do we need here? I guess a stack of rail ramps. And then maybe a stack of these over there would also be fine. That should help us out. Other train parts, I think this over there is all fine. Then, what else do we need in our permanent pockets over there? We could start to order in some assembly machines. So then again, I don't really think we need to have that many assembly machines on us. It's mostly infrastructure parts that we need. Alright, let's go back up then. At least we got some proper robot legs, and we got the power armor Mark II. So, oh, we still got so much space in there. We got some space for some robot pilot. Oh. We're gonna be a bit faster. Also, this will probably be more or less a construction optimized grid and movement optimized. We will probably make a second power armor at some point in time that will then be more or less something like a battle dress or something like that. If we actually want to go out there and fight something. Especially thinking about on Gleba, where shields and stuff like that will help us out tremendously. But just for construction purposes, I think one of these will be enough. We might also want to add like, yeah, we definitely want to add like at least one more roboport to this. Because then we have 30 bots over there, so we can put like another roboport over there, and then maybe another set of legs over there, another set of legs over there, and then maybe some more batteries over there. That sounds great. Night vision, we don't really need that much. Extra pockets, I would love to have some extra pockets, but our pocket size at this moment in time is fine. It is fine. Alright, quick peek to Covarex. You doing it? Oh, it started! Nice. Alright, once the Covarex process is starting, you can get it done so much faster. We do have to go up there at some point in time, like once we got like another stack of 40 inside of our Covarex machine. That is the time when we have to go over there and move 40 of those to the next machine, so that the next machine can start up a little bit faster. And then we need to do that one more time, and then we're basically through with it. So that'll be fine. Cool. Alright. Yeah, the walking is definitely getting kind of annoying. We definitely need some more legs in there. A Spidertron would also be great, but Spidertron... Ooh. Oh, yeah, we're in range. Thank you, bots. I got some stuff. But Spidertron, of course, requires agricultural science. And, well... We've been to Gleba. I hate it there. Alright, one more set of legs over there. There we go. Put you to there, put you to there. Let's put you over there. Then... Oh yeah, it's already so much better. Look at us go. One more of these, please. Bum, bum, bum. Bum, bum, bum. That'll be fine. Then, what do we do in these two spots over there? Well, we could kick you out. Then we can place another battery in there. We don't... Well, we could put the solar panels over there. It doesn't really matter too much. But we can add at least a couple more batteries. Where do we do the batteries? Shotgun ammo batteries for there. Sadly, we don't have any good batteries. We only got some decent batteries, but it'll be fine. Yeah, put the rest in there. That seems like a decent suit layout. Enough power for a while to keep the roboports going if we would really need to. So, that'll be fine. Alright, put these back. You should be ordering up some more of the basic batteries. Oh. That's kind of interesting. Oh, we're kind of backed up on uncommon batteries. We either got insanely lucky over... No, we did not really get insanely lucky over here. Alright, but... Yeah. Maybe the logic over there is still kind of flawed, but it doesn't really matter too much. It might be useful to have the occasional charging wall of roboports to send you bots. They have more charge more frequently. Yes. Yes, yes, yes. Alright, either way. We're now a little bit more mobile. We got all the train station parts over there. We need some mines as well. Are we automating miners? I see some over there. Here we go. Give me all of these. 105, that should be more than enough. Then we get some belt on top of that. You're making some new ones over there. That should be fine as well. Definitely make me some more with a little bit more quality. Do I remember that correctly? That higher, more advanced miners over here use less resources? They sure do. So we... Ooh. I'll take a rare one. 66% on the rare one. Lovely. That'll be great. Alright, so make some more of those. While we're over here, maybe have a quick peek at our quality module production, which we have sitting over here. We do got some decent tier 2 uncommon and common quality modules. Anything in here that we would really want to make better, so that we can make more of them in the future. I am kind of thinking a bit about solar panels over there, but maybe not. None of these down here require any kind of optimization. You do require optimization though. This thing right over there. The machine that makes machines. The best machine ever. The machine that makes machines. Get yourself some quality in there. How's the power situation? It's bad. I mean, we're kind of working on the nuclear power plant over here to start up. But for that, we will need more of this. But I do kind of hope that power will be better very soon. Ooh, we put some tier 3s in there. That's pretty good as well. There. The smelters over there should probably also can do with some better quality. You have these. These should be fine for quality like this. The miners. Wait a minute. There we go. Make me some better quality miners, please. Same, technically, it's also true for our little oil drills over there. Fermine, hello there! Welcome. Alright, what about these over there? These are also very important that we can upgrade these a bit. Like the space parts, like all of these. I do want to have the best quality, at least for the grabby arms. And then everybody else is getting like a tier 2 module like this. There we go. Anything else we need to do over here? That seems fine. That seems fair. We don't need to upgrade the quality of any of these over there because it doesn't really matter. You already got some decent quality modules. You got some decent quality modules over there as well. We don't really care much about these. There we go. There's 2 more hidden over there. The chemical plant and the distillation towers. Oh, the distillation unit. There we go. These 2 over there. Give them some better quality, please. And all of these, they don't really matter too much. The Roboport matters. Pom, 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 pom. There we go. And technically, the inserters do also matter. Here we go, because better quality inserters does mean faster inserters, and faster inserters are always more fun inserters. Alright, they should be coming over here any second now. Come on, bots, do not disappoint. At 1 PM, I thought to yourself, today I'll be more productive than ever. And we still have 1 PM, yes? I get those days. I get those days quite well, actually. I'm a little bit surprised. We're making these machines just south of us. Why we're not getting them? There they are. Things are just a bit slow. But I had a decently productive day today. Even though I kind of overslept a bit. My bad. That does happen every now and then, especially after the long weekend. I mean, the long weekend was so relaxing. Like I said, I woke up today and was like, shit, I have to go to work. God damn it. I completely forgot about work. Alright. That's all fine. That looks great as well. We got some medium power poles in there. That's good as well. Some more advanced ones. What about the other one over there? The big poles. We got not even one good big pole. What about the substations? We got a couple of uncommon ones there. That is all fine as well. I'm kind of happy about all of this. Alright, that will at least get us going for like a bit. While we're at it, we might as well also upgrade these. If we only do or try to do quality ammo, we might as well do the best kind of quality ammo. It doesn't really cost us too much over here to put some quality modules into these and those. But I can already see myself having some very unproductive times coming up with Oblivion being released like today, and I'm just like, oh, that came out? And hopefully I do get a key for that. I've not got the verification yet, but who knows? If we do get
the bald bold is live and I have a button.
Always those buttons. Those are the best kinds of buttons. And if we do get a key for it, we will probably be streaming a little bit of it at some point in time. I'm actually kind of looking forward to it. Wait a minute. There we go. This needs an upgrade as well. Good, but Evil Pla, thank you so much for the resub, mate. Welcome. On the other hand, you did dismantle a broken fan, one of those 1.5 meter standing room fans. Well, at least you're prepared for the summer then. Alright, there's still some more we can upgrade, like the refinery over there. That's probably going to be a good one. The offshore pump might also not be a bad idea. And if we're already doing this, we might as well do it for all the things that are important. Even though we might not use them like that, like this guy over there as well. I mean, if we already have quality modules, we might as well spend quality modules, right? There we go. I don't really care too much about the steel boilers. That doesn't really matter too much. And technically, this over here makes no sense, so we're not going to upgrade it. Here we go. The pumps over there, yes. These over there, yes. The turrets do make sense. The flamer turrets, yeah, sure, why not? I was kind of thinking of not doing them, to be perfectly honest, but... Oh, is this just a wall of chests? That is a wall of chests. But sure, let's give them some better quality as well. Everybody would get some quality. And this is still one of the parts I really do enjoy the most about Factorio. I still remember that Friday Factorio fact when they introduced it, and people were like, it sounds stupid, but once you get to play around with it, it's so much fun. I really do enjoy it. I can get basically stuff for free. Well, not really for free, but basically for free. Alright, I probably missed, like, one of these around there somewhere because we were very, very willy-nilly with setting up these upgrades. Oblivion Remaster's out? Yeah, it dropped today. It is out. Oh, goodbye, that was nice knowing you. See you in a week. But you can't buy it on Steam right now. It's out there. People are already playing it. CD is gonna... We're never gonna see CD again. She's gonna be playing Oblivion Remaster for like months to come. She's just gonna be like, oh, I'm out. 55 euros, it is expensive. That's also kind of why I'm kind of trying to request a key for it. Do higher quality offshore pumps pump more water? They sure do. There we go. Pumping speeds. You see the little blue chevron next to the pumping speed? You do get faster pumping speeds with better offshore pumps. It's nice to have. It's basically the same is also true for the pumps over here. Here we go. So we could put that also in for the pumps over there as well. But you rarely, in Vanilla Factorio, you rarely need to worry too much about this kind of speed. Unless, of course, you got yourself like a massively optimized production line, which we're not going to have in this playthrough, sadly. Alright, alright. And 10 euros for the deluxe upgrade. Do not forget about the horse armor. Remember. Do you get the horse armor at least? Wait a minute. It was like the first DLC. Horse armor. Oblivion remaster. Horse armor. Google it. 25. Do we get horse armor? If we do not get horse armor, I'm gonna strike. Oh wait, new quest for unique digital Akatosh and Maroon's Dagon armors, weapons, and horse armor sets. Thank you, Furby. Alright. Yeah, that should be enough upgrades over there for now. Alright, let's get that stone mine going, because we do need more stone. And then, of course, we do need some dynamic requests. I'm kind of thinking of... We got like a little bit of space over here. Problem is, we will need train stations to go... Well, that doesn't really matter too much. We can make train stations over here coming from the bottom, and we can make train stations over here somewhere coming from the top. Let's just get rid of this reswapping. Here we go. Never finished Oblivion, then again, it got like 20 hours in and lost track of the main story quest. That's how you play that game, man. That's absolutely correct. The first time I played Fallout 3, I finished it after, I think, 6 hours, because I did the exact opposite. I went into Fallout 3, didn't know what to do, so I kind of followed the main quest, and after like 6 hours I was done, I was like, huh. Well, that kind of happened. Was not really expecting that, to be perfectly honest. And then when I played it for the second time, right after, I was like, alright, you know what? We're going to do the exact opposite. Like if you kind of remember, like, playing Fallout 3, you basically leave not the dungeon, you leave the vault, and you go, like, to the right. And then you go mostly east. And then everything happens to the east. And I was like, alright, let's do the total opposite. Let's go west. And then I was off to an adventure. And then I came back, max level, and then did the main quest, and I was like, huh. Well, that didn't change much. He had 800 hours in Skyrim before you did the main quest and the main quest battle. I think I finished Skyrim only once. Every now and then, I do get, not really an urge, not really a desire, but like this intent to play Skyrim. And it always kind of ends the same way, where I just... How to put it? I just kind of rummage around in the world and just go like, oh, this place looks nice, that place looks nice. And every now and then, I still find new stuff in Skyrim I've never seen before, and I just go like, wait, is this a thing? And I go like, yep, apparently that is a thing. Alright, yeah, we will not be able to make any kind of turning points, but we will need to have a depot. Oh, this might also be an issue here, right? Because you'll not, yeah, you're not deep enough. It might work if we build you somewhere over there. We can't really cross paths over there either. We could go a bit funky. That could work. The Assassin's Guild chain was your favorite in Skyrim? Oh, I remember that one quite well. Here we go. Oh, does that fit? That looks a bit... Ooh, that's no, that's too short, man. That is too short. All right, how about the other one over there? Yeah, you at least you will fit. There we go. Proper fit. Alright, we can only leave one way, that'll be fine. We might still have more assembly machines over here. That doesn't really matter too much. This is just gonna be like the train connection to deliver any kind of stuff over here. And that's maybe also kind of the thing I kind of want to work on a little bit today. And that is gonna be like a bring anything station. And technically that would require active providers. I'm not really the biggest fan of active providers, because they always kind of tend to cause a whole bunch of buzz, if you kind of think about it. We also don't really have the space, or yeah, we don't really have the space over here to make something like an actual storage system. Actually, do we have the space for a storage system? Maybe we do have the space for that. Because what do we need to store? I don't really want to be. We can push whatever we want into the bot system. That is a thing we can do. But I don't really like doing that, because just pushing stuff into bots feels like a kind of cheap solution, if you kind of think about it. I would prefer a solution where the bots can definitely bring stuff over into the mall. I don't really mind that, but using the bots to unload trains as well, I kind of find that not too fun, to be perfectly honest. You feel for vanilla, particularly free space age, active providers didn't have a lot of utility. For modded was there were a lot of useful to make sure byproducts don't build up. But if you're doing a bot base, yeah. I mean, they will definitely work. That's not the thing. That it will definitely work. But I would prefer if we could maybe come up with something. Here we go. And we do remember this thing over there. That'll be fine. We can do this, we can do that, and then this and that will be our two outputs. That could work. I kinda like that. Even power it up like this. Alright. Some lamps in there. Oh, they got no power. Sky vs. Story? Nah. Don't believe what the people say. There's no such thing. Good. Alright. At least this way around we can just unload an arbitrary train, and then we can make a little bit of like a storage system or something like that. I mean, the storage system in here, I guess it should be passive providers. And then we kind of lock them to something. If you kind of think about it, we made this exact same system once already on Glabba on our first vanilla playthrough. It was horrible. It was absolutely horrible. But I think it will be fine. Let's see. We can definitely do something like this. We're gonna map these to an item. We're gonna need something like a stupid loop. This could work for a stupid loop. Check the belt orientation. It should be fine. I mean, they'll put out on the outside. It goes in over there. Outside, in over there. Outside. Ah, wait a minute. I see what we did over there. I remember doing it like this. There we go. Way better. There we go. Alright, then... I mean, we don't really need that much space in terms of storage. I think we can get rid of this thing over there. We just disconnected something out there. Put you over there. That will not... Put a medium power pole, like, right over there. There we go. Good. And I mean, each one of these boxes can be like one item we want to order in. At most, we're gonna get like a 1-2-1 train. A 121 train has up to 80 slots of inventory. Wait a minute. We might need to make quality chests. I mean, this... We would need 2 of these chests to buffer like 1 train shipment. We will only order a train in if 1 of these shipments is slow. So this amount of chests divided by 2, 14 different items we can store in here. The legendary passive provider chest, it would help us out quite a bit. I mean, how big do they get, these chests? There they are. 48, and then... We would need epic chests. An epic chest would be enough. A legendary one would be better, no doubt, but an epic chest would be enough. And then, of course, we need the reach around over here, which will be coming in from all the way over there to all the way over there. So legendary it is. Alright, get the power pole over there, get the power pole over there. Good. Then we can just map these over there real quick to... But we're not going to be making this dynamically. This will not be like a dynamic allocating system. We're going to map this explicitly to something. So we can do something like this. We can do something like that. Our input priority over there will come from the bottom. Our output priority will be at the bottom as well. We're going to be putting a filter over there. Output priority over there will be at the top. By the way, you know what else is going to come out soon as well? Which is going to like eat like another 100 hours of me doing something. Captain of Industry update number 3 got pulled forward a bit. I think it's coming out on the 14th of May. Let me look it up real quick. Where is that? They made an announcement. Let's get the date straight, because putting out weird dates will help nobody. There it is. Captain of Industry. They planned to release it like, I think, on the 20th. But they kind of were like, too much stuff is coming out that day, so we're putting it forward. And I was like, what the fuck? Yeah, May 14th. May 14th is going to be the Captain of Industry update number 3, which looks so freaking juicy. Alright. Things we need to know in here. Basically, what is available? If we're going to make a system over here, we have to prevent one thing. And that one thing we want to prevent over there is ordering in multiple trains. We're also probably going to have the issue over here. If we do something like this. There's the problem. If we do something like this and we got multiple stations that are similar to this, we might end up ordering in... Yeah, we can't do this with the filters. We might end up ordering a train that cannot offload the shipment over here because the local chests over here are full. So the passive providers will probably be fine if we do it like this. Like whatever comes in, store it. We can limit what we want to order based upon our logistics system. Like once it's the logistics system over here, we don't really care anymore. And then, oh, this might actually be for once. Oh. How do you measure the fullness of a chest if you got random shit in there? Oh. That's gonna be troublesome as well. And also, we have now an issue of fragmentation over here. Because if we spread items across, like if one shipment is coming in and every item over there will be put into like any other chest, then we're gonna have like massive fragmentation. Lots of combinators. I know how to solve it with lots of combinators, but I don't want to put down lots of combinators. Wasn't there a signal slot used for that or something like that? Really? I don't remember that. I mean, there is a way for us to figure out the stack size. Actually, it might be fine. It might just be a minimum amount of combinators. There we go. Are we reading these chests? Read the contents, yes. It might not be too bad. We can estimate. We can do an estimation over there in how many stacks we have. And then if we go like over a certain level, we just turn off the station. Alright. Or not only turn it off, but like limit a station input. I don't think we have automated our, what are they called? Not the advanced ones, the special combinators, the advanced combinators, the signal combinators. What are they called again? Combinator. We do have them. They are called the selector combinator. There we go. Yeah, we can just calculate stacks. It's actually not that bad. Yeah, have one of these. Yeah, put you over there somewhere. Actually, put you over there. That will give us the stack size of every item. And then we need arithmetic combinator. Will that work as intended? Maybe. Let's have a look. Let's see what we can do over here. First of all, stack size. So this will put out the stack size of every item that we have in there. Then we have the total amount of items in there. And we have the stack size of each item. So what we could do over there is, oh, we can set it up like that. What is it? The red input? The red input is like each. And we divide that by each on the green input, and we output each. Is this gonna work as intended? I kind of have the feeling that we kind of will start to divide lamps by lampposts or something like that. Let's give it a test. Yeah, let's put some ammo in there, and let's put some signals in there. It will tell us we got. Well, we had a stack of lamps. Let's put some wood in there. There we go. It will tell us we have a stack of wood, but we do not have a stack of ammo. Ah. So we need an offset. Put some ammo in 2 slots, please. We can also put like some wood over there, and then some more ammo over there, and then half an ammo over there. There we go. It will tell us we have 2 stacks of wood in there, and 2 stacks of ammo. That's not quite correct, but we can give it an offset. Move you. We can keep you there, I guess. How do we do the offset without, like, doing something that just goes completely ballistic? We could try this. If for each signal in there that is positive, that will create a loop. That will definitely create a loop. How to do this without creating a loop or an accidental loop? I basically just want to add like +1 to every item in there. We could alternatively also subtract 1. A generic +1. Actually, it's I'm being stupid. Move that around. It's always great when you realize, Bolt, you're an idiot. There we go. Here. Put you over there. Each +1. Each. There we go. That'll do it. I love being an idiot. Alright, put that in there. Put that in there. There we go. So now we all, if we have, well, but that will not do anything, will it? No, that will still be kind of shit. Because if you only have like 1 of an item in there, like for example 1 landfill, it will still not show up as a stack of landfills. It does show up as a, no, it will not show up as a stack of landfill. We also put in 2. We put in 1, 2 because of you. There we go. Alright. Then it needs to be a bit different. I know what we can do. This is fine, this logic over there. Let's put it back over there. So this will give us the amount of stacks, but of course if we have like a partial stack in there, that is missing. But if we do detect a stack over there, We can put another combinator over there. This time we can still use a green wire over there. And then we just do each signal over there divided by each signal over there, and we output each. That should give us a pure one. Yep. This will not prevent us from having like fragmented stacks. Fragmentation is gonna be an issue. But with this we can put in like a minimum. So we can combine this output together with this output. And how to program with an item count 0 then 0 stack counts at least as 1. That would be the other way. Wait a minute. We can do this another way. We do also kind of have to keep in mind that we now get too many stacks, right? Because we got 200 wood in there. Will tell us it's 2 stacks, and then we get a ghost stack over here. That's also not good. And the Sarda combinator? Do we got another divide by solution? We got a modular solution, but we don't really want that. Then again, do we care? Are we overthinking it again? Because we might just be counteracting this with a different setup. Because I don't really want this thing over here to fill up too much. We might still have random ghost stacks in there. I think we're overthinking it. Because the one thing we kind of want to do over here, there will be some kind of criteria to open and close the station. So there will be definitely some kind of criteria sitting over there. Where we set the amount of the L signal, as always. The L signal. Overthinking us? Never! Yeah, it's the one thing I always do. And this then will be... Oh, we need to accumulate these signals. We need to make an accumulation over there. We can use an arithmetic for that, right? Add all the signals together. Is that how it works? Wait a minute. Each multiply them by 1. And output them as the S signal. The amount of stacks. 4 stacks. Yes, there we go. And then we can put in you over there. Where your output goes into there. Your output goes into there. You over there, if the amount of stacks is gonna be... Oh, that's an arithmetic. Wait a minute, that's the wrong one. We need this one over there. That's still the wrong one. We need an arithmetic decider. This one over there, please. So, we're gonna output the S signal. The L signal, I mean. We're only going to be putting out the S signal, or the L signal, if the amount of stacks over here is less than... What do we have? We got 48 stacks times how many chests? 28. So we got 48 times 28, and we want to have a maximum fill rate of 50%, so divided by 2. Yes, that's stacks. I was kind of surprised how low the number was, but that is correct. Multiply storage by 100 to have a percentage? Nah, this will be fine. This will work. Like, this will just accumulate all the signals over there and turn that into the amount of stacks. And then, as long as we have less than 672 stacks in there, which is 50%, then this station can technically be open. Here we go. And then set a train limit with the L signal over there. Good. And we're gonna have multiples of these. We might need to turn this into a blueprint or something like that. Oh, good God. I'm not even quite sure if we can turn this into a blueprint. This is also more or less the first prototype type of station like this, because we do kind of want to make this the Hellfire station. No, the generic request station. There we go. Good. Alright, alright. Now, for the generic requests. How do we do that? I mean, we can just cut off our existing setup of our trains. Also, will these be fast enough? Do we have... yes. Stack. We don't have any magic. These are bulk sorts. Bulk. Okay, we got 6 of them. I mean, the faster these go, the better. There you go. Now we have the solution, so let's find a problem for it. Now the problem is, of course, is how do we now request stuff over here? We can definitely count the items that we have in our system, which will be done via a roboport. So we will have a roboport sitting around over here somewhere. We can wire this thing up over there to tell us what is in the system. Let's just give you like a quick wire so we can take a look at you. Read the logistic network contents. There we go. So at any given point in time, we know this exists in our system. And we want to take a look at stone. We do have 3,000 stone in our system at the moment, which I guess is fine. But if, for example, stone would be going under a certain threshold, then we open up a request for that. How can we do that? Well, we can just negate all of these and add in a positive signal. If we go under that positive signal, we will be ordering a request. Let's start with that. We could, of course, design it in any other way, but let's just go step by step. Step by step will be fine. We can do that over here. Let's use this area over there. All right, let's wire you up one more time. You over there. Let's rotate you around so that you have a nicer fit over there. We're gonna negate you. Each signal in there, we're gonna multiply by -1. And then we're gonna emit that. There we go. Good. That's fine. And then we can combine it up with a constant combinator to set some limits over there. If there's a remainder function in the arithmetic combinator, then if the item count stack size is more than 0 and stack count plus 1, yeah, there is actually a remainder function in there. You are correct about that. We could do something like this over there. We do need the green one over there as well. Because it's basically the same setup over there. There is a remainder. Of course there is. We have this one over there. And this will tell us that we have some kind of positive signal over there. And then can we just do something like this? If you got any positive signal going out over there, like any kind of possible, if each of these, for each of these, if they're larger than 1, output 1 of each. Does this work? That seems fine. Yeah, that'll work. That will give us an additional stack. That's our missing stack. There we go. Good. So we got 3 stacks of ammo, 2 stacks of wood, and 1 stack of landfill. Which I guess makes sense, because the total amount we have in here is 204, 201. Yep, that is correct. Though, keep in mind, this will still not prevent us from having any kind of fragmentation. If I will take half of the stack out over there and put it over there, this over here will not be affected by that, because of course we accumulate everything over there. So we do need a little bit of fragmentation protection by this. But we can maybe raise this number over here. But to be perfectly honest, I think I'm fine with 50%. 50% is, I think, a decent number just for that. Good. All right. I think we can get production signs rolling again. We kind of skipped out on production signs for like a little bit. But things like blue belt, I think is going to be important. Things like cargo bot size over there is, I think, more important right now. Is there also a subtext for this? There is a subtext for that. So let's try these 2 over there. Let's kick you out for now. More robot speed is definitely important. We even can do this one over there, because we do got the space science for it. The infinite one we could do as well, but that would burn over here our electromagnetic science. We're not gonna do that. But giving like the bots over there a bit of a buff is definitely something that seems like a good idea. Then, ammo-wise, what do we need for better pew-pews? That is going into infinite science as well, so that is fine over there. Demon BM, hello there. Welcome, welcome, welcome. And then, of course, nuclear fuel recycling. That's only 50. All right, let's do that first. That's so freaking cheap. Research speed. On bigger games or like on mega bases, this will take a higher priority, but we're already kind of space constrained and we're already not really making super duper fast signs, so we can kind of skip on this a bit. We will probably pick it up at some point in time, but it's not that important right now. But blue belts are definitely important. The advanced shooting speed over there is also technically important because it does increase DPS by quite a bit. But I'm kind of thinking more about stackers for the size. There we go. How does Volcanus work in the ribbon diagonal? Has anyone found out yet, or are we waiting to find out? We've technically already found out. We've already been to Volcanus once, but then we kind of reloaded the save and then we kind of left. So we only kind of flew over to Volcanus. On Volcanus, we have kind of the issue that tungsten, we're surrounded by lava. I mean, the world generation is basically the same as over here. It's one diagonal. And occasionally there will be like lakes in the way, like over here. Which, of course, a lake in basic, if it's not Volcanus, you can landfill it. But on Volcanus, you can't really do much until you get Foundation. Foundation we get on Aquilo, so we can't do that yet. But the jetpack, we get the jetpack earlier. Beacons are cheap, yeah, but we currently have a bit of a power issue, so beacons is not that much of a priority. Speaking of a power issue, how is Coverrex doing? Do you already have enough for a second one? We sure do. Let's get over there. So we're kind of trying to get to the jetpack first, because once we have a jetpack, we can at least try. We can basically do the same thing as we did for Gore over here, where we just find ourselves like a nice spot and we start mining and we start operating. It might just be a bit before we find like another good spot, like we did all the way over there. Green module beacons for the miners, they have 150%. Oh, that's true. That's true. We should not underestimate the green modules. We are still kind of underestimating the green modules, but then again, well, even if nuclear becomes available, saving on power might still be a good idea. But yeah, at Volcanus we have the main issue is that we can't reach any good spot because, well, it's lava. How do the demolishers work? They can swim in lava. Demolishers can always swim in lava. It's also the reason why I chose to have like a liquid on either side, even on novice over here. Just to make it a little bit more consistent. If you play on a normal ribbon world on Volcanus, the worms can actually move out of the map. They will kind of vanish for a bit. Like they will not really despawn, but they will kind of, how to put it? They go off map. They kind of despawn, but they will be back. You can still see them on the map. Which is kind of weird and fun at the same time. So that kind of works, but worms can easily just swim in lava. Worms are not being stopped by lava. And I would rather have my worms happily swim in lava than have something like them despawn to the outside. So they go on vacation? Something like that. Something like that. Alright. Alright. Over here. Pick up this. Put it over there. Double the speed. And technically we can pick up this and put it over there. And then we just need to wait for like a little bit more. If you kind of think about it, it would make more sense to pick this up by hand and put it in the bottom one, because actually it doesn't really make any sense at all. Oh, another free uranium. Yeah, the killing part is going to be the hard part, because we're probably going to have to move out quite far to find a good spot, and that spot is definitely going to be occupied by at least one worm, maybe two. And the further out we go, the bigger the worms get. So we're probably going to have to do some kind of weird, fun, cheesy, not quite sure how we're going to do that yet, kind of combat against the worms. And we can't really make ammo or anything like that locally. So, yeah. It's not going to be easy on Volcanus, even though it's going to be our next destination. We also already went to Fulgor, not to Fulgor, to Gleba. And then I kind of hated it over here, and I just left. I was just like, I don't really want to be on Gleba right now, so we just left. I was like, yeah, we can do Gleba, it will be great. And it was like, actually, how about no? Then again, a good way to kill worms is still with the tank. The uranium shells are doing a tremendous amount of damage. And they pierce. And uranium shells is probably the way we're going to be doing it. The more you think about it. Alright, but let's get back to our general purpose train station over there. But we will have to pick up the tank and fly it around in our pocket and then put it down every now and then. And then we're also going to be very space constrained. It's basically going to be like we're going to be barreling down the worm. Yeah, atomic bombs, not takes a lot of launch, but it might be worth it. Atomic bombs might also work quite well. And I think, do we already have that? Wait a minute. When did we get nukes? I probably already have casually researched nukes at some point in time. Where are they? Do we already have them? Oh, there they are. Yeah, atomic bombs might also be a good way to do that. The only problem with the nukes over there is, yeah, we can't put them on the rocket, so we have to build them like on the spaceship. We can make them out of parts on the spaceship and then drop those down. Which would also be an interesting build if you kind of think about it. Like bring some uranium up in there. It's a lot of uranium. The processing units, the explosives is not really much of an issue. And then set up a bit of a nuke production. And then drop down some nukes. The nukes will probably do a good job. Mostly due to the fact that the worm is made up of a whole bunch of segments. I never really tried to nuke a worm before. But it will most likely work quite well. Because the worm is big, all the segments. And how is the worm protection for explosives? Mike, let's look at the big boy. Excuse me! Shut up! 60% explosion, 50% physical. Poison capsules, are they really that useful? We tried poison capsules in the vanilla playthrough, and it was more of a struggle to get them stick than they actually went well for us. We could take another look at those again. I mean, poison capsules are pretty easy to go for. And they do get more damage if you take more advanced ones. But, to be perfectly honest, I never really saw a value in the poison capsules because the worms usually regenerate so much health so much faster that I never really saw a good use in poison capsules. But I might be wrong. I never really looked at the speedrunners how they dealt with it. I also don't really want to because I kind of want to figure it out on my own. But I might have to take a peek at that. But for me, I will probably go with uranium cannon shells. Because we can put these in the rocket more easily. And they do a tremendous amount of damage. But again, for the nukes, you need space to get them to circle the poison capsules. Yeah, I mean, with the jetpack, space will not be an issue. Where's the nuke? Nuke. There it is. So yeah, it's only explosion damage. So we only do 40% of that. But it's a lot of AoE damage into a lot of segments, and it's a lot of AoE with a lot of AoE. So it might be fun. I mean, if we can manage to circle up a worm and just drop a nuke in the middle, it might just completely obliterate them. But either way, we're gonna have the jetpack at that point in time, so we can think about that once we're there. Alright, back to this thing over there. So we now know more about the stacks over here, and we now want to order in, for example, stone. And we're gonna start with stone because stone is gonna be what we have at the bottom. We're gonna set a number, like at any given point in time. I want, for example, to have like 80 stacks of 40 stone. That's not how stone stacks. Wait a minute. That's not how any of this works. 80 of 50. There we go. 4,000 stone. So this should now have a positive signal, right? No, especially if we compile it up like this. There we go. Ow. Yes, it will be a positive number. We also got one motor in there. We need to do this a little bit better. Move you out by one. I also kind of want some combinators in my pocket at a given point in time. Yeah, let's put some combinators in here. Because I kind of hate that I don't have combinators. Yeah, bring me a stack of these. Stack of those. Stack of these. Stack of those at any given point in time. Alright. Do you even have a solid combinator in here? I don't know. I'll just order one in, please. There we go. So, step number one is, we only want to take a look at the positive signals. So, each signal on the air needs to be more than 0. And then we're gonna output each. Here we go. So only the positive signal. Sometimes we have a negative signal in here, especially if things kind of get wonky. Then we want to negate those signals, so that we only get the negative values of these. So we will no longer have an issue with some ghostly positive signals. Then we want to put an offset in that. That offset is going to be the stone again, which will be 80 stacks of 50. And then last but not least, we're going to filter it out one more time. And again, only the positive signals. And then Bob Triangle. And we want to order in 1,000 stone. Perfect. The best method for small medium was red ammo. Yeah, red ammo works quite well. I mean, if you got the mobility, you will definitely overpower the worms. They wish you would have included the orbital bombardment from SpaceX. And yeah, once you get to a railgun, worms are super easy because you can one-shot worms with the railgun. But the railgun is that's cryoscience, right? Yeah, most likely. Where's the thing? It's probably around here somewhere. There's the actual big boy railgun, and the big boy railgun also gives us a small boy railgun. Here we go. Yeah, we are nowhere close to that. Alright, we could use the existing radar system for this. Here's where things start to become like a little bit troublesome. I mean, we can. Do we want to double tap our radar system? This is where I kind of want to have like multiple channels for radars. That would be so great, but sadly that's not really a thing. We're also gonna need a depot somewhere. We can make a depot all the way down here. Maybe even make a depot over here. This looks like a nice spot for a depot. Yeah, let's get some stuff out of there. Yeah, fuck off. You also need cryo for foundations? Yep. Now, well, I guess the rest of these will be brought in back. Let's just wait for that then. Oh, there they are. Alright. Yeah, this could be enough space for a depot. I mean, depots. Let's go one further back. Something like this. We can make a depot of one. And this will definitely fit. So it might actually be a bit over. Oh, wait a minute. We can't put a train station on the diagonal over here. I forgot. No. Oh, this is so yank. Oh. Let's have a think about this. We made a depot on another spot that was a little bit easier, but over here, this is not gonna work, is it? We can definitely make a depot over here. Actually, let's make a depot over there then. There we go. Sorry, put you back. My bad. You have a connection. It will still be not too much more easy over here. I mean. Ugh. Oh, this is horrendous. Race rail we have, but yeah, we already have them in the pocket. We can't place them over here. That's not possible. We can place them in here if you want to. That's not really much of an issue. And also the question comes up every now and then. We also cannot landfill this area over here. We can probably landfill these spots over there. Yeah, these we can. But we cannot landfill outside of our diagonal. Else it will be too easy. Alright. Depots. We made some depots over here. That kind of worked over there. That was the space we needed to make some depots over there. And this was kind of fine. But we don't really have that space over here. We could probably lower this rail over here like a little bit. And we could probably try to put some depots in here. Like I can see something going on like this. And then maybe we can make the corner over there. Can we make the corner over there? We can, okay. we can get water from the edge. That's also why I didn't really want to have like a pure mathematical edge, like a mathematical diagonal. I do kind of want to have some imperfections in here, so that every now and then we can get ourselves like an offshore pump and pump some water over there. For example, the nuclear power plant over there has like had an imperfection over here where we can get some water from over there. And actually also an imperfection over there, we can get some water from over there. We're still waiting for the Cobra Rex over here to start up and do its thing. What are we over there? 9 and... Oh, you're spinning right now. 15 and 9 plus 10 over there. So that's 25, 34. We almost have the next step over there of Cobra Rex. Wally! Hello there! Welcome, welcome, welcome. Alright. Let's see if we can do something like this. That could be one depot. Can we get another one? Maybe we can get another one. Let's see. How much distance do we do over there? Where's the thing over there? There's a distance of... Well, technically there's a distance of 1 going across over here. So we could try this. This would still be fine. One less. The cliffs was kind of fine. I mean, we have not been blocked off by cliffs over here on Novice too much. We did have some. I mean, the only place where we actually been cut off by cliffs for the train line is over here somewhere. Where is it? Right over here. We kind of got fucked over here. That's why we got this gap over there. But overall, it's kind of fun because the train can kind of snake its way through the place over there. We've done a very good job over here at snaking through cliffs. Like, there's a whole bunch of cliffs down here where we've kind of went like left side, right side, left side. So that kind of works. But I'm now kind of curious over here if we can get you in. Yeah, that'll be fine. So we can put you over there, you over there. And I should make these even a little bit closer. They don't need to be that far out. Like, how about you over there? And you over there. And then you on the other side. And you on the other side. That could be a depot. So we might... That'll be fine. That'll be fine, actually. Can we get another one in? Ooh. Is this already turning? It sure is. Alright, a depot of 2. Sure, a depot of 2 will work. Okay, put you over there. Connect you up like this. Go around like that. Pick up this piece of track. The main reason why we want to have a depot all the way down here is so that we don't really need to go to the depot all the way up north. Here we go. That is so horrendous. All right. You get one over there. 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 And the other side. You, and you. Then one over there. Well, technically this doesn't really matter. We can. Ooh, can we use this as a turning point? Ooh. Let's keep it like this for now. It'll be fine. Technically, we would only need like one of these over here in the middle somewhere. This is more or less a ghost segment because no train will be able to stop over here. So we might. The only reason to do it like this is to more quickly open up like the top path or the bottom path as the train passes. Yes. That'll be fine. Alright, this could be a depot, alright? That'll work. Now, we could, of course, use some wires over here, but if we want to do a change to the train system, we need to do a change to the radar system. Then again, do we need to do that? We could probably still use the existing system we have available. Because if we want to have a request is always with a red signal. So we can just add that stone request to the radar without us having to worry about breaking stuff. So that'll be fine. Alright, before we continue there, let's maybe build an outpost, and let's maybe also get ourselves some energy efficiency modules. I mean, if we're already going to make an outpost, we might as well put the green modules in there. We're making them around here somewhere, if I can find them. I've probably walked past them already 2 times. Where the fuck are they? They're there. Good, how many do you have? 50. That's not a lot. Are you really going to be stopped by 50? Yeah, I guess that's fine. I'll have a couple of these will be fine. Let's put the more advanced ones back. Let's just take the basic ones. We can always come back up there to put in like a little bit more. And request red signal. Yeah, that was more or less the idea behind it. Same if you work with audio equipment. If you ever wondered which cable goes where, red goes right. Red is always the right channel, and any other color is the left channel. Alright. I do want to see this nuclear power plant over power up today. But we need to do a little bit more coverrex before that. Alright. Yeah, for example, there was a bit of a cliff over there, so we had to go down over here. Then, if we follow the train track over here, we'll probably see some interesting turning points. There was another cliff over there, so we had to go back up over there. Also, since the diagonal's not perfect, we have every now and then we get like a bit of a wibble wobble over there. But this is fine over there. And for a normal ribbon world, it's possible to have cliffs totally block your way. Same here. I'm not quite sure. I mean, I've made the mod myself, and the way it works over here is we basically keep the normal terrain generation going, and we just kind of like flood the non-diagonal parts with water. And there will be some hard cuts over there. Not really hard cuts, but there will be some cuts here and there that will then show us that. I've not really seen like a full cliff go diagonal. Like I said, the only place where we are not really fully cut off, we can probably always kind of like sneak around the corner. Like the worst cut we had was like the cut over here. And it almost connected, but I don't think it can fully connect. Maybe it can. But even then, we could still walk through here. And we could definitely still walk through there. But we can't, of course, put a train track through that. But we've not really seen a full cut yet. And we've kind of discovered quite a bit of the map over here already. But the main difference with a normal ribbon world, and that's probably why you probably have that issue more on a normal ribbon world than on this one, is on a normal ribbon world, you just generate the terrain normally, and you do a hard cut. Like, you do an actual cutout of the cells, or of the area. So if your cliff would be going off screen, it would still be going off screen without you having like any kind of transition to walk past it. So yes, on a normal ribbon world, you will most likely be more like tucked in the corner. Let's put it like that. And I don't think it will be able to happen over here. I might be wrong about that. Because we didn't really do a lot of testing. We kind of just made the thing. And we just kind of went for it. And we were like, yeah, this works. Go for it. Let's turn you around. Yeah, let's put you over there. Let's turn you around. Let's put you over there. Let's turn you around. Here we go. And then put these over there. Something like this. And then let's put you over there. That feels kind of messy. Put you over there. You're actually fine. These over there. So you're going to be turned around. So we get an output over there. And then we can put you over there. That will not work like that. Wait a minute. Does the C apply to all planets? Oh, yes. There we go. Maybe put you more over there. that works. I mean, if we can see stone over there, we can most likely mine it. Here we go. Something, something, something this way. There we go. That's one. That's two. So since you're sort of a novice, you have to believe you could solve the remaining issues on the other planets. More or less. I mean, we still have the power of the editor mode. Like, if things would be stuck for whatever reason, we would probably have to resort to editing it and to fix it that way. I kind of want more over here, though. I mean, it's not like Factorio does not give you any kind of tools to fix problems like this. Though I would prefer to keep the achievements on, mostly just to say like we didn't do any kind of weird edits to make things work. Here we go. Let's put these over there. Let's move you over there a bit, and then I guess we can get. Oh, we can get one more over there. Can we move you over? No. No, over there will be fine. Good, 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 good. But yeah, there was a lot of goodwill and hope going in this as well. Like, let's go like, and it'll be fine, right? And then like, yeah, it's most likely gonna be fine. Could have gone horribly, horribly wrong. There was no fail-safe for that, definitely. I mean, we already see that for example, on Volcanus, we already had the issue that we were kind of landlocked. So, yes. Also, Geldok! Hello there! Welcome to our horrible, horrible, horrible playthrough. We're thinking about doing some new train setup so that we can make generic requesting stations. I got an epiphany for that, which I kind of want to implement. And also, welcome to the most cursed nuclear power plant ever. The diagonal nuclear power plant. There it is. Look at this boy. It also got a little bit of an oil pump in the middle. Oh, that was the wrong button to press. Go back over there. Guys, we just got raided by Geldok. If you don't know who Geldok is, well, he's probably lost in one of his lost worlds, hidden worlds. What was it called? It was called Hidden Worlds, right? Geldok, please do promote what you're currently working on, because you're making an amazing mod, and everybody should know about that. Afterwards, people will start playing Pi. It's both beautiful and scary. Yes, we're playing on a diagonal world where the diagonal width is just a little bit too low for a train to turn around on. We did kind of notice that we can cheese it a bit. If we put elevated rail tracks in there, we can turn around. Which I think is a fair cost, because elevated tracks will require us a little bit more in terms of resources. But overall, I'm kind of happy how things over here turned out. You're working on Hidden Worlds, which is hopefully a bunch of planets and chaos. Right, now you're going to start humbly with plants. Nice. Good, but of course we have to build everything over here diagonal. And of course we cannot just landfill the sides. It's actually not possible for us to landfill this area over there. We can landfill like little lakes over in the middle. That'll work. But the outside over there, that will not work. Same for these over there. We can place them over here, funnily enough, because there's a bit of a terrain generation issue over here, where there's an actual lake over here, and this is actual normal water. We could technically landfill this. We're just not going to do that. That would be unfair. Are all the planets diagonal? Oh, you sure bet your ass they're all diagonal. Welcome to Fulgora. We got an outpost over here. This outpost over here, what are you doing? You're mostly making advanced parts, especially electromagnetic plants and stuff like that. And you're probably also, I think, currently kind of broken and backed up. We probably need to fix that. But we got like one little outpost over here, and the other outpost we have in Fulgora. One moment, please. Let me zoom out a bit. There we go. We had to walk a bit. Because, of course, it only makes... Can you place landfill? No. Foundation on the outside? Not possible. Foundation on the inside is possible. There we go. We can place foundation over here in the middle strip, but we cannot place foundation on the outside strip. But yes, of course, it only makes sense to build where the scrap is. And for that, you need to find yourself a vault. And finding vaults was not too easy. This is not a vault. Though 9.2 million is nothing to sneeze at. Yeah, it's all scrap in the ocean. This was a bit of a byproduct. I was not really expecting that. But actually, you know what all of this scrap is over here? I think. I'm actually not quite sure what it is. I was kind of thinking it might just be like... I have no clue. Then again, I think this used to be an island. I guess. The world generation is a bit iffy. I mean, we've written this mod ourselves and we kind of fucked around quite a bit. But on the plus side, we made something very, very fun of it. And it's kind of fun to make something really tiny on Fulgora, to just like focus it down on like one thing and one thing alone. For example, this guy over here, the only thing you're making is science. And I hope you're still making science. Are you still making science? Are you backed up? No, you're not backed up. You got space in there. But nothing is moving. I think something might also be stuck and broken over here. We might need to do an excursion again to Fulgora to just debug this place. We might do that later today. And did you cheat your path with the top and the bottom diagonal layout? No, that was a side effect of how the generation worked. And to be perfectly honest, I kind of left it like that. Because it kind of makes Fulgora a bit more playable. Because you can now easily connect like these little islands over there with like some power poles and stuff like that. Technically you are correct. Technically these over there should not be allowed to be there. And it's definitely an artifact of how I set up the terrain generation. But I kind of like it. I just kind of like it. I mean, it doesn't mean that we don't get like big gaps like over here. Did the same happen on Volcanus? A similar thing happened on Volcanus. Sadly, we don't really have a view of Volcanus because Volcanus has the issue that we are landlocked. We have no resources in the starting area. And to get to any of the resources, we need to get over the lava. And to get over the lava, we need the jetpack. On Gleba, for example, we don't really have the issue over here with the strip. We do get like the deep water over here. But on Gleba, we got an entirely different problem. And that problem is we got like some of the green fruits over there and over there. And then I think we got some more green fruits over here somewhere. At least we got some land over here where we can build the green fruits or the other fruits. And then the first purple spot is over here. And then there's another one over there. And then these assholes showed up. So yes, any reason we haven't researched it yet? Yes, we need more science packs for that. We're kind of working on that. But it does require 5,000 science packs, and we got like 1,000 in storage. So we could start the research, definitely, but we might as well spend our time first on researching everything else that does not require electromagnetic packs. But yeah, the jetpack it's kind of expensive. There's not really a reason that we're not researching it yet. It's more like it makes no sense to research it yet because we would not be able to finish it. We're probably going to start it very soon. Because we're probably going to be running out of things to research. We're probably going to do the nuclear bomb first and stuff like that. Like, we can research everything we need beforehand. I would also kind of love to maybe get some more advanced Prot 2 modules in. Like some more expert ones. Rare ones, not expert ones. So that we can get a little bit more research out of a buck. And yeah, it's a small base. That's the other issue. We don't really have like a big base. Even though it is kind of big. But production is kind of slow. Also... we're probably out of stone, right? And that's what we're out of stone. That's what we're kind of working on over here. Alright, let's get this train station over here rolling in. So, train station. There we go. Output. Let's maybe don't do this real quick. How do we get all the stone over here? We got all of this stone over there. We don't really need like full speed loading. But some kind of fast loading would be nice. But we can do something like this. That will be for loading in. This goes down. And then this goes up. But we also need this build over there. There we go. You can put over there. And let's do this real quick. Let's put you in over there. We could do dual belt loading. That could work. And then do something like this, and do something like that. Split up the part over there, that'll be fine. You go over there, and you go over there, and then we get something like this. Stefan! Hello there! Thank you so much for the raid as well. Oh, everybody's raiding you today. Alright, then we do something like this, and we do something like that. Stefan, thank you so much for your lovely raid. How are you doing? Welcome, welcome, welcome. What have you been up to? Tell us. Tell everybody. Tell everybody what you have been doing today. It's like those emails like the government employees get in America. Please, please do tell us what you did this week. If you did not enough, then you'll have to do more next week. There we go. There we go. Is that thing still happening, or did they finally stop that? Because it was such a silly thing to do. Seems like you raided into ads. That should actually not really happen. But I guess if you came over here by hand, like if you just opened up a channel and not were part of the raid, then you might get ads. But the people that raided over should not get ads. Alright, let's put a power pole over there, power pole over there. Let's just connect this to any kind of power. We got some power over there. Boop. Well, that didn't do jack shit. Oh, you're not connected, right? You're not connected. You're so not connected. Alright, alright, alright. Put you over there, please. Off we go. I do like the speed that we have over here. Here we go. Alright, there he is, Stefan. Welcome. I already said hello, but I say hello again. How are you doing? Welcome, Stefan. Again, thank you so much for the lovely raid. Guys, we got Stefan over there. Stefan will tell you everything he did, like in Factorio or whatever he did on stream, just about now. Make sure to tell everybody. And if you don't do that, then there was a whole joke connected to that. I'm not going to repeat the joke. But Stefan, welcome, welcome, welcome. How are you doing? I hope you're doing great. We don't really have a radar with us, so we have to come back over here at some point in time. We got power done mostly over there. We're missing like power over there and over here. So that kind of works. I'll take that. Yeah, let's do this over here. You connect it like this. You connect like that. You do this. You might think I'm going crazy, but then again, I might actually be going crazy. Let's pull this back a little bit more. You. There we go. That should be fine, right? That should work. Just built 100 motor assemblers. They are so slow, so I go big. Nice, nice, nice. Alright, we got ourselves a stone provider. You over there. You're gonna be... We're still gonna name these. We don't really have them as anything in there, but you over there, you're gonna be stone pickup. Here we go. That'll be fine over there. Alright, we do need the radar down here though. Shit. Alright, let's pick up a radar then. Let's maybe also start ordering radars then. If we always need them, we might as well order them in. Are they not near? There they are. 50 radars, please. Alright, let's move over there. At least we got some robot legs. That'll make this a little bit easier to go. We could, of course, also put down like a random train over here to help us move around. We might as well do that next, because we do need to start to build in a train over there. We might also want to start feeding our trains rocket fuel now. We should have enough rocket fuel in storage so we can do so. Nuclear fuel would also be a great option. We do know about that. Nuclear fuel is rocket fuel and 1 uranium-235. That'll be great. How much faster do we go with nuclear fuel? Nuclear fuel is top speed 115 and rocket fuel is top speed 115. There's actually not much of a difference. Though the main difference is, I guess, acceleration. Yeah, acceleration is a bit more on nuclear fuel than on rocket fuel. No jetpack yet. We're still working on that. We're currently having some power issues with the main base. Not really big power issues. Okay, at the moment it's kind of fine. We also got some resource issues. We're missing stone. So we're going to be making like some video over there. But now that we got some bots going around, we can definitely start putting down some requesting chests over there. Here we go. Like you over there, and you over there, as well as you over there, and you over there. And then you do this, you do that. Do this. Wait a minute, does that even work? No, it doesn't work. Wait a minute. Put you over there. There we go. And you over there. Good. And then what do we order in here? Well, for now, we're going to be ordering in rocket fuel. There we go. 20 should be enough, right? Alright. Yeah, we're going to be using our depots over here as refueling stations as well, so we don't need to worry too much about actually having to build refueling stations. So that'll be fine. They are getting it delivered. Are the heating towers for no loss of heat transmission or something like that? We were kind of concerned that the length of the heat pipe and the capacity of the heat pipe would not be enough on that length. So we kind of chose to put down heating towers in the nuclear power plant in a hope that things will be better. The thing is, we have not really tested it out yet, but I kind of like the idea of putting down heating towers because we were already putting down like triple heat pipe. And if you put down triple heat pipe, you might as well put down heating towers. I'm also kind of hoping that because this is less entities, that it will spread farther. Because it is a bit of a distance to get all the way over there. So yeah, it's an experiment. I think it will be fine. I mean, at the moment, yeah, we're at 28 degrees over there, and we are at 60 degrees over there. I think it will work. But it was more like less entities is more good, so that we have maybe some better power capacity. Also, I was kind of hoping that the heating towers just have like more heating capacity in general. So that might do a trick or two. But to be perfectly honest, we just thought it would be a good idea. But we will have to see. We already fed it some fuel. Like I said, we already have a bit of temperature there. We put some fuel in there accidentally, so we're already at 62.2 over there. Which you also have over here. We had 62.2 over there, 60.2 over there, 59, 58, 57, 56, 55. Alright, there might be something going on over here. 54, 53, 52, 51, 50, 49. I see a pattern. It might be good. But we need to feed it some more fuel. Speaking of fuel, let's go all the way over to where Coverrex is. There we go. And speed up that Coverrex process. Try replacing a few of the pipe. We could do that as well. We might even pick up some uranium, like to maybe make some more fuel to do some testing. But let's go to the place for Coverrex real quick. Here we go. Random cliff is in the way. By the way, we're not picking up the spaceship. That's gonna stay where it is. Alright, take the accelerated route. I'm pretty sure we're faster when we walk. There we go. We got that train for that exact purpose over there. Almost there. Just a bit further. There it is. Alright, Coverrex. These, pick up those, drop these. Oh, we can have another one. There we go. And we pick up these for now. Yeah, Coverrex picks up pretty fast once you have like the first requirement done. We're gonna use the race rail over the cliffs. I don't really think that race rail is gonna be doing us that good, because keep in mind, for race rail to work, we will need to have like these boys in there, and look how big they are. They're kind of big. I mean, we can use race rail, but whenever we have to put like one of these rail ramps down, that's a big space investment. I was kind of thinking of making the main line elevated rail all the way, all everywhere, but I don't really think that that is a good idea. We will probably still have some raised rail every now and then, here and there, but it'll take a lot of space. They cannot be placed diagonally. These over here can only be placed like this. Which is just a bit of a shame. If they would be able to be placed diagonally, then it would be way easier. Then I would be immediately with you. It would be like, yes. Race rail. We might still go for race rail. Because we probably want to save on like a little bit of space by making like an up path and a down path. Oh, for the place where we want to go past the cliff. Yes, I mean, this part over there is not so important. Unless we fully connect the bottom part over here with the top part over there. Then we will probably want to also go past this cliff over there. But at the moment, the entire old base is still in the way. And we probably need to do some cleanup over there at some point in time to make it past there. Because now that we got like some good bots going on and we are more like building like this, we can probably also kind of restyle and redo the old parts of the base. But since we're not really there yet, it doesn't really make a lot of sense. The railguns have to fit as the new angles are 22.5 or what. Yeah, but kind of think about it like the railgun. I mean, the railgun over there is the only entity that he can rotate in like 8 directions. You don't really need like that middle part, but like having it like this, if we had like this orientation for the elevated rail as well, that would be good. You can even place these quite neatly next to this. We might be able to mod that in actually, but then again, it would probably be missing graphics. It will most likely be missing graphics. Here we go. Hook it! There we go. Alright, almost there. We should have probably done... we still got the car on us, so we could still drive around with the car. Did we get the radars? I kind of expected we have the radars. Oh, do we have the radars? It makes no sense to go down there if we don't have radars. Did we not put them in there? We did put them in there. Alright, let's go back up over there. The VFN is supply chest. I thought for sure we have automated radars. Might just be that we did not do that yet. Because radars is always one of those things that you might forget about. Oh, apparently we don't have radars automated. Okay. It's not lining up, and we're definitely in our roboport range. Alright, one thing we do have automated is trains, though. There you go. Leave there, and pom 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 pom. And we don't need to worry about those. Those will come in soon. Here they are, already flying over. Hold on. Pom 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 pom. This guy, please. Put you right over there. We're gonna make ourselves some radars. Put in the better quality build over there, please. Let's maybe also get some better quality modules real quick. Pom 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 pom. Quality radars are definitely also worth it. Are they worth it? They're definitely worth it in the base game, but in our situation, they're not really worth it. All right, let's not make quality radars then. Good. A couple radars, please. That would be lovely. And actually, production science video is kind of stuck. Okay, it is stuck because of train tracks. Even though we got a fast storage for there. Oh, we deactivated it. That's why. There we go. Order them, please. Alright. Do we have a radar or two? We do not. What are you still missing? Green circuits and... Okay, they're coming over. Good. We also do have a little bit of uranium on us, but we got some uranium on us, but if we want to make some fuel cells, you know what else we need to make some fuel cells? We probably have the fuel cell maker right over here somewhere. We would need some iron plate, and well, the iron plate is not really the issue, but we would need some of the other uranium as well. Oh man, so be it. It's 4, 8. Yeah, this process will be done soon, and then we're going to be drowning in uranium. It'll be fine. Are the spaceships also cursed diagonally? Maybe. Sadly, there was no real method for us over here to force this yet. I was trying out some things to force this to be diagonal as well. Technically, we could build the space however we please. And if you kind of think about it, there is no constraint in space at all. So it's hard to argument not build diagonally in space, but we're just going to build diagonally in space. The solution for this over here is we just made ourselves a blueprint. The diagonal master rule over there. And if we want to build anything in space, we're just going to use this to extend whatever we need. The ships don't fly diagonally though? Yeah, I mean, from a point of view of space, there is no such thing as a diagonal. It's just another straight looked at a different angle. It technically makes no sense. We could just build this thing straight and just define it at diagonal. But yeah, we're doing it like this. It'll be fine. And the space platform was also built with this template in mind. So, there we go. This thing over there. Even though it's been cut out quite a bit, it's also part of the diagonal strip over there. Alright, are we getting radars yet? Yeah, I got 18. Perfect. Let's go back down again. Before we go back down. Give me these. Yeah, in space there's no up, down, left, or right. Exactly. Alright, these are in. We could at least use one of you, right? Yeah. Get in there. Drive us over there. Did that work? There we go. At least then we don't need to think about walking. Here we go. Alright. Radar. We do need one of these. Doesn't really matter where we place it. We can place it just over here. Would be fine. We do need to... we don't have a buffer. Do we need a buffer? We probably do want a buffer, right? We do kind of want to have a buffer. Did we do a buffer for the other stations? Like for things like coal and stuff like that? Yeah, we did do a station for that. We also made some diagonal stations over there. These ones are kind of straight and will be a little bit better for us. But yeah, we do kind of want to have a buffer. So, take this apart. Also, thank you for the follow. This will be fine. That'll be fine. This thing over there needs to be... This kind of sucks. Actually, no, it will be fine. It will be great, even. I don't really have a lot of things with me. Some iron chests will be fine. Though some steel chests will be better. But you can go like this. There we go. And then... And now what? We definitely want you to... Ooh. We're kind of painting ourselves in a corner over here. Let's see. We can move these to the other side. That might make things a little bit easier on us. Thank you, bots. And then maybe also move them up like a little bit more. That'll be a little bit easier. Then... Yes. Oh, this is gonna be... This is gonna be a bit silly and stupid. But it's gonna be the perfect kind of silly and stupid. Alright, put these over there. Yep. You go to there, and then you can feed this guy over there. You go over there, and something like that. That'll do. Especially if we connect up you over there. There we go. Alright, then we have a bit of a buffer. It's so wrong. It would be great if we could feed you from another belt. The only thing we could do over here is maybe stop feeding you all the way over there. And then to make it a little bit more even. We can land for this over there. There we go. So we don't need to worry about that. We could split it off or bring you over somehow. We don't really need that one, right? But we also can't go underground over there. Okay. It's just do it like this. It'll be fine. It'll be fine. It'll be fucking fine. Don't worry too much about it. Good. We need some conditions for a train to come in. Like one over there. Actually, we can use both of these. You over there, check these chests. Bum, 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 bum. And then with the red wire over there, we can check the other chests. Bum, bum. Bum, 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 bum. We're gonna put 2 chests in there. Both need to be valid. One for the green channel, one for the red channel. And that's gonna be the amount of stone. Needs to be more than 2,000. Or 2,000, or in this case, 40 times 50. That's the shipment size. And only if both of these are larger than that, then we're gonna check out the check mark or the stone signal. Let's use the stone signal for that. There we go. Good. The mines to the left can fill directly into the wagon. We could do that as well, but I think it's fine like this. It's not really like this is going like super duper fast either way. Speaking of going super duper fast, that's also a stupid way of doing that. Because this is too much efficiency for one machine. I mean, we could put in 3, but let's just do 2. And then we can reach more machines. We might miss 1 or 2. Don't worry about it. Also, this will reduce their pollution footprint, which is also kind of nice. One slot left for the quality module. We're not going to start quality in this place. We don't have the space for it. Alright, if the I guess I misclicked at some point in time. Alright, if we got everything we need over there, we can open up the station. The station will be opened up if this signal over there is good to go. So, you over there, you're the pickup over there. Can we get all the way over there? That is a little bit too far, but we can do this, we can do that. We set the limit over there to the stone signal. If the stone signal is set, that means the limit is set. Priority will be fine. We don't need any of this, we don't need any of that. The limit will be set up to 0 to 1, and then this whole thing over there will be good to go. This thing over there can also connect up to the radar. The green signal is what we use for provisions. But doing it like this will give us... That is... this needs to be the red wire then. We can use the same combinator, but we need to swap the wire, because the green thing goes to there, and the red one goes over there. There you go. Good. Alright, that could work. That could be a thing. Then, we need to rename some of the stations over there, because all of these are called Patrick Eichelberg, nice name, Demon Engineer, Cuddly Flower, and Loft. But actually, these over there will be called Depot. If we just go over there real quick and we go to our existing depot, we can just shift copy this over. These also have some signals on them, which, yes, makes sense, because we did put some extra logic on these. We can put the logic in there again sooner or later, but for now, you over there, you go back to a depot. Put this into your schedule. We have to do this from over there. Here we go. Depot, please. There we go. Thank you very much. Then, we're going to be redoing the train system over here a little bit. You should also check out what we did over there with those signals. There they are. Oh, those signals. Yeah, that's the system over there. And we kind of want to do the same system over here. So, this over here is how we do our trains. We basically put in requests. I see. We put 1,000 stone requests in there. We need to turn that back into a value of 1. 1,000 is fine for now. We can work with that. But the way this over here kind of works is we got red, which are requests, and green, which are provisions. And if we can match up a request to a provision, then we will send out a train to pick that kind of stuff up. In the old system, we used name stations for pickups and drop-offs. In the new system, since we're going to have only one kind of generic request station over here like this, we're going to be moving it along. We might even run a mixed mode of both systems, because we can combine both systems to each other. Actually, no, we cannot, because we might not necessarily have a specific drop-off station. So, you already mapped to go to the depot. That is fine. Let's put you back to manual. You always go to the depot, and in here, you're going to be sitting there until inactivity. The inactivity over there is so that you can refuel in peace. Then, we're going to put in an interrupt. We have the paired drop, but this will be the paired generic. So we're going to have to start from scratch over there. We are going to be at our depot. That's condition number 1. Condition number 2 is the circuit condition is high. And that circuit condition is going to be this one over there. Any kind of circuit condition will be high. We're going to have empty cargo. So if we have full cargo, we're not going to move at all. Then station is... No, not this way around. Station is not full. That is going to be our pickup station. So we're going to be using the same signal over there. The wildcard signal parameter. Pickup. The pickup is not full. And at the same time, the drop-off, the generic request station, is not full as well. There we go. Necromium, hello there. Welcome, welcome, welcome. Any other conditions we need? Has cargo, fuel locomotive, destination full or no path. That'll all be fine. And then the target is going to be like, not this pickup. Can we rename you? No, add interrupt station. Can we just add? We can add a generic one in there, right? We can just do this. Signal. Pickup. Here we go. At the signal pickup, you go until full cargo, and then you go to the generic request station, and then over there you go until empty cargo. That is gonna be the plan. So, if we're at the depot, we get a signal to move, and our cargo is empty. Then the station we want to go to is not full, and the station we want to go to make the delivery is not full. Then the condition is met, and then we go to the pickup station for that signal, and afterwards we bring it over to the generic request station. That seems like a good idea. Alright, put you back into this mode. Let's put some lamps around here first, because it's kind of dark. Let's put you over there. Fine. Alright, now we can see a bit. So, we got a couple output stations over there. One of them is, of course, the iron plate signal. Now, they will also get iron plate signals over there. Do we maybe need to do something about that? It might be fine, because it should not, well... Nation full, and maybe we do need this. And destination full, or no path. I want the opposite of this. I want the inverse. Like, I want that the path is available. If the path is not available, then don't do this. Is there an and not? Is there a not? Is there a has path? Destination full or no cargo? Yeah, we can't do that with not a specified has cargo. We can make a cancel request. This will be fine. What we can do is like cancel. And this will just be like, if for whatever reason you can't find your destination or your path, then you just go back to the depot. In case they get like the iron request connected to them. Because this is the one downside of Factorio train networks. Yeah, you basically got one schedule that can more or less... Well, you cannot really see all the stations. Stations you cannot see will be blocked out of this, but if you use the generics, you can technically map to a station that you will never ever be able to reach. Not quite sure if we're gonna need to cancel, but let's see what happens over here. Maybe the cancel never triggers. Alright, so, you over there. We need you as a wire then. You go to there. Oop! Well, goodbye! He's gone off to an adventure. Here we go. Put you over there. Let's also... Wait a minute, the other train. Where did he go? He's already all the way over here. He's fast. You there. This is going to be the generic group, because we already have a generic group. This is the generic group. Alright, you over there. You're gonna be part of the generic group. Okay, maybe he's fine. Because that iron plate signal, we still have that going over here. Maybe we don't need to cancel request. Maybe if I put him into automatic mode. Oh, alright. Did he cancel on himself? Okay, maybe it does work as intended. Let's take the cancel out then. I don't think we need it. Alright. Oh, you're already full? Did you already move past us? No? You can see that the path is reserved and he's coming over and... Oh, there he is. Attaboy! Alright, fill it up with some stone. Yeah, and then the other thing we need over there is limit the signal to 1. We could divide the signal by itself, and that will give us a 1. Sure, why not? So, red goes into there, red goes into there, red no longer goes into there. We're just going to take each signal and divide each signal by each signal, and we output the each signal. It's a very rudimentary way to say one. Good. That seems to work somehow. And that way around, we should now have like stone coming in over there for our production site. Speaking of, wait a minute, there we go. These over here do need the more advanced machines. There we go. Upgrade, upgrade, upgrade. And while we're at it, maybe get ourselves some of the better speed and prod modules out of there. Let's see. There we go. Give me these, please. Also, give me those. So that you make some more prod modules. Speed modules. Mark II, please. Where are the Mark IIs? We make Mark 1s over there. We should be making Mark 2s around here somewhere, right? Are we not making Mark II speed modules? No way. Really? Apparently we're not making Mark II speed modules. Okay, okay. I thought for sure we'd make those somewhere. Apparently not. Alright, let's make some Mark II speed modules then. Can we put you over here somewhere? So close. Yeah, we can make them over here. Let's make them over here. You over there. You make some speed modules Mark II, please. That does probably also mean we need some better quality modules real quick. Wait a minute. Quality, 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 quality. Not the best quality, but I'll take this quality over there. Oh, no, we still got an uncommon one. There we go. There we go. There we go. That'll be fine. That'll be great even. Alright. Yeah, we got some decent prot in there. Where are these machines? There they are. No, I'm out of these. I am out of these. I think one speed module. Yeah, one speed module and three prot modules over there will be giving us a decent prot bonus. It's like 18%, 21% over there. That is all fine. That is great. Love it. And then if we get maybe some better speed 2s over there, sooner or later as well. A little bit dark over here as well. Yeah, put a lamp over there. Speaking of dark, you should probably be fine already. 28, 24, 23, 22. Yeah, we can finish up the Coverx process over there. It will still need some time to fully get filled up internally. Like the internal buffer still needs to fill up like all the way to the end. But once we got that, we will be making all the nuclear fuel over there. Speaking of nuclear fuel, I mean, we can make it over there and then transport it via bot all the way to the nuclear power plant over there. That's a bit of an endeavor. But I think that's just how we're gonna do that. For that, we still want to have some more advanced prot mods as well. What are you still waiting on? You're waiting on your speed 1s, and you're not gonna get them because you are not requesting buffer chests. Also, you're not requesting any of them at all. So, start requesting, please. Yeah, that blueprint has some issues. We should fix it at some point in time. Alright, there's our speed 1s. Ah, there we go. Rare and uncommon. Lovely. Not this one. This one. Let's put you in prot science. And there, prot science, prot science. Good. Ah, science is going again. Love to see that. Here we go. And now we also get some speed modules in here. Let's wait for the next one over there real quick. Or at least the next two. What about quality modules? Have we got some better quality modules over there? I do see a better quality module over there. Give me this. Put that in there. Give me all of these. Let's wait for one more. Actually, two more in this case. Here they come. Basic. Well, basic is fine. Yeah, let's put you in there. And then the tier 2s. You. Here we go. Crafting speed is on par. It's It's not any more negative nor any more positive. Is it the perfect fit? Where is it? Speed minus 10, minus 20, minus 30, and you over there, you give us speed plus 40. Oh, I'm looking at the wrong one. I'm looking at quality. Never mind. Plus 9%. But these are actually on par. This one is plus 9%. There we go. And this one is also interestingly on par somehow. Minus 10, minus 10, minus 10, plus 30. Yeah, it is perfectly on par. Cool. Alright. How many science labs are we occupying now? 7 out of 8. Not too bad. But you can already see that it doesn't really make a lot of sense to actually get that research bonus because we're barely filling out these labs over here. But I'm happy to see that things are moving. Alright, that's fine over there. Oh. That's fine over there. Electrican, hello there. I sadly minimized the YouTube chat over there. I'm so bad about Snapchat. I'm so sorry, Snapchat. I promise I will do better. Alright, we can get rid of this. Yeah, all of these. The Mark 1 modules we can put away, and I like all of the crappy ones. Anything else we need? We do need an advanced assembly machine. We can order them in. Yeah, order them in. Bring me like 50 of these, please. So that we can go all the way over there and start making nuclear fuel. I mean, we already got the iron over there. That's also the reason why we kind of want to do it over there. We do need to smelt a little bit. Stepchat, no you won't. Don't tell him. Don't tell him. It's like having children, you know. There's always one that's your favorite. And like, if you got any siblings, you're probably not the favorite. But your parents will never tell you who is actually the favorite. If you ask them, they will be like, it's you. Of course it's you. It's always been you. But the matter of the fact, it's probably not you. Alright, off we go to the other side. Yeah, now science is kind of moving along a little bit better. Look at that go. 30 minutes for the next RoboCargo source. How much is that? 450. Okay, cool. We can probably also put some better prot mods into the research labs to get a little bit more bang out of our beakers. But that's only like a minimal thing. The best thing would probably be to get the most bang out of our beakers would be to make a biolab, but that's still a bit hard to do. There are families where the favorite is more than obvious. Yes. Are you sure about that? The easiest way to spot who's the favorite of the family is to go into their wardrobe and check who owns like the little maid dress. That's usually the favorite. Oof. 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 Alright, we don't need that many iron plates, just a couple. 7 older brothers and 3 sisters and 1 younger brother. Yeah, then, I mean, the more siblings you have, the more likely it is that you are not the favorite. Alright, start smelting. We could just put some prots in there. And then, I guess we can place you over there. And maybe try to make some kind of weird half and half belt out of this. Because over here we're going to be doing fuel cells. Over here we're definitely going to be... Let's just put prots in there. It's going to be slow. Then again, we don't really need to make this super duper fast. We're already making this at the rate of 1 per second. In this rate over there. So that'll be fine. But we do need some output. Let's keep it like this, that'll be fine. And then, of course, you over there as well. And then last but not least, over there, and then just put that into a passive provider, which I of course didn't bring over. Then again, I think we might also have the issue that we don't have a RoboPort connection over here yet. That's gonna do it. That's gonna be troublesome. Alright, but it will also take a while over here for all of this to... Oh, we have to pick it up from the input. Alright, bump. And then I guess we put the rest back over there so that you can start to flow over at the end. Good, put all 6 over here and I'm doing cover racks. That should be more than enough. It's not the fastest process, but it is a decent process. There we go. While we're over here, we can also kind of think about doing another quick thing. We can put you over there. Over here, we're going to be doing the opposite process. And the opposite process, of course, is... Did we do that in the assembly machine? I thought for sure we do that in the assembly machine. Is it done in the chemical lab? No. It's done in the centrifuge, of course it is. There we go. This process. There we go. No beacons yet. We don't have the power for it. I mean, we could do beacons, but power is an issue. And once we got nuclear down, we could think about doing beacons a bit more, in my opinion. Here we go. Ordering like 500 of these. That's 5,000, it's also fine. You would like to calculate how far a logistic bot will have to transport one nuclear fuel cell from the assembly to the power plant, so that the energy for that reloading of the bot would be greater than the fuel cell of the energy. Oh, that's kind of fun. We gotta think about it. Alright, put that over there. Do this. Do that. Move this back a bit. It will be on the top side, so we need to do like this and that, so that will be even. This is going to be a fun one. And then input priority over there from the top side. Alright. So that will be taking care of the recycling. Whatever we get out of the recycler, we use up first before we use anything else, so the recycler does not back up. There we go. And then at some point in time, this process over here will start to emit uranium-235. And it will start to emit that once we're completely backed up over here. Alright. I mean, you can technically calculate that, but nuclear fuel, I mean, how to put it like this. It's actually not too hard to calculate. A single fuel cell over there is 8 gigajoules of energy. A robot over there is eating... Kind of probably also depends on which robot, but let's maybe take a construction bot for now, just for sakes of construction bot. Is eating 52 kilowatts. So with 8 gigajoules, we could operate this guy over there. Let's just calculate it real quick in the calculator over there because it's weird numbers. Is it gigajoules or megajoules? It's gigajoules, right? It is gigajoules. So 8 gigajoules is 8 million kilojoules. And then a robot over there would be able to operate, it will be consuming this at 52 kilowatts, so divide that by 52.5 kilowatts. And then you get a number, and that number is 152,000 seconds. Now, depending on the speed, you then can determine how far it goes, but it will be operating 152,000 seconds before it would be running out of the fuel it will be carrying. Yeah, the adjacency bonus, let's not get too deep into that. That's the whole other problem. With our current adjacency problem, we would need to triple that number, which would be 450,000 seconds. and 450,000 seconds is quite a bit. The interesting part over there would now be, would that be enough to cross the span of a Factorio map? It will not. Because the Factorio map is definitely bigger than that. Is it though? 450,000. Let's keep the 450,000 seconds in mind and we go for speed. Now, the only thing I'm a little bit uncertain about is what kilometers per hour over here reflect over here in Factorio metrics. Is every cell a meter? That might be a meter. If every cell is a meter and we go at a rate of 13 kilometers an hour, it is. All right. Well then, let's maybe calculate for the most basic bot, because every upgrade will make it so much better. Every uranium upgrade will make it so much better. But let's maybe take the 13 kilometer per hour bot. 13 kilometers per hour, that is, multiply that times... Let's maybe get hours out of this real quick. So the number that we have over there, divided by 60, that's minutes. Divided by 60, and then we get hours. Here we go. That's 42 hours of operations time. Then we multiply that by 13. Then that's the kilometers per hour. That's 550 kilometers. And then we multiply that by 1,000. So it would be 55,000 meters. And the map is 2,000 by 2,000 kilometers. Okay, good to know. Really, it is? Only? I thought it would be bigger than that. But I guess 2,000 by 2,000 is fine. But if we, well, we only do 55 kilometers. There we go. But with some upgrades, you might be able to get there. I mean, well, energy capacity doesn't really matter too much. Oh, we could have also just used the maximum flying reach over here, if you kind of think about it. Yeah, but that doesn't really tell us anything. Also, that does not include the distance the bot can technically crawl. Because if you run out of fuel or out of power, it will just not stop. It will start to not really crawl, but it will just go like in slow mode. That power pole was important. There you go. Alright, let's see how many of these we can get all the way to the back. Let's build these at max distance as possible. You get one over there. There's 2 pistols over there. Let's put you over there. Over here's fine. There's fine. And doesn't bot speed increase the distance as power is based on time of air? Maybe. Oh, we can connect. Wait a minute. You over there, and you over there. Alright. Yeah, that kind of works. I mean, the energy consumption should always be the same. I mean, we don't really have anything like energy consumption per meter. That's how this works. I mean, they consume 52.5 kilowatts per second every time. I'm not quite sure if I don't believe that acceleration is put in there, like or like flight or draft. I think they just do the very stupid calculation of just like bot uses power and goes brrr. So because anything above of that would make like big bot swarms just too complicated to calculate. It would just completely break down the base game, in my opinion. Yeah, it's just like consumption and go. Another question has nothing to do with this run, but will you upload your VODs on YouTube if you start a new run on Pi and it's compatible with Space Rage? We're already technically doing that. I mean, on the YouTube VOD channel itself, the old one, we're not using that anymore. But ever since we have been like dual streaming, everything we've done live on Twitch is also available on YouTube. And we've done that switch like I think almost more than a year ago. So you'll find a whole bunch of stuff over there. It's just that it's no longer on the VOD channel. The VOD channel is basically done. We might use that for something else at some point in time. But the WOT channel on its own is basically no longer required. Oh, wait, what's going on over here? Oh, you do this. Ah. I thought for sure you don't do that, but you do that. Yeah, that's kind of shit. Yeah, I was kind of hoping that this would not happen. Can we somehow make a knot out of this? Is there like a negate element? I want to have a has path, but has path does not exist. We have destination follow no path, but we don't have a has path. And you here have reported your Factorio to the ICC for Geneva crimes against parallel lines. This is still a parallel line. I'm sorry, man. What? Come on, man. A short answer, no, pretty much. Because Nagapito was uploading them all the time. Thank you again for that, Nagapito. Yeah, this is kind of stupid. No, it is not. This, I mean, the line doesn't even know it's not parallel. All right, Clint, here. We can cheat. And people are going to complain about it again, but we can definitely make this line parallel. You're going to hate it. Everybody's going to hate it. People are going to start vomiting in chat again. But there's a way we can just make this line straight. There we go. See? Nothing bad is going on over here. Absolutely nothing bad is going on over here. Whatever you think is happening is all in your mind. This is a straight line. This is an absolutely perfect straight line. There we go. Put a little bit more like this. There we go. This is a normal ribbon roll. Actually, this is it should be over here, I guess. Yep. Good. We can even make it a parallel line. You know what? Yeah, we can do the following. Where is that? Where is that? There we go. You said something about parallel lines. There we go. So we take you. There we go. Not you. Put you over there. No. I would need to make it somewhat transparent. Shit. That doesn't work like that. Also, this one is on my face. Remove that thing. It's horrible. There we go. There we go. There we go. But you can't watch the main channel if you miss some streams, but it's not wet. Yeah, I mean, you will find them on the main channel. Alright, like if you go to this one over there, and you go for the live section, you will find everything over there in the live section. Like, they're not on the videos, they're on the live, and everything is in there ever since we did the switch. And I'm not quite sure what the first video is in there. I'm scrolling back 8 months ago, 10 months ago, 11 months ago, a year ago. There's some GTFO in there. Woo! There's some Lost Spell in there as well. What the hell? Yeah, there's still a bit of the Factorio from all of Pioneers from all the way back in there. And then of course you got the video section, but I should do something more about my videos over there. But yeah, everything is backed up on YouTube more or less. So, at least for now on. If you make a playlist for the streams and add things to the right place, it would help. That should be done automatically. I kind of checked up on that, like for one of them at some point in time. And I kind of noticed that some of those were not working as expected. Also, at some point in time, I'm not quite sure how, but the check mark to add it to the playlist kind of got unchecked. There are playlists in there. The Rimworld playlist has like 12 videos in there. Space Age has 31. They should have their own playlists. Alright. With live streaming on the channel, the VOD on the YouTube will have a lot better quality, exporting the VOD from Twitch and importing it on YouTube. Will it though? I mean, it's the same source material. It's the exact same source material. I mean, that would definitely be an improvement. If I would be recording locally on a higher bitrate and I would upload that manually afterwards, that would be a much, much bigger improvement. That would also be so much more work. That would be so much more work. Alright. Okay, the bots over there are still working on that. We got some text in there. Let's put some of the... We can put the beacon tech in there. I mean, why not? Put that in there. There's no reason to not do beacons. And then we can think about and dream about blue belts. Oh, they're already in there. So they're already thinking and dreaming about them, but maybe put in some more insert speed. And Switch was encoded, and there's re-encoded again on YouTube. Yeah, but that YouTube always re-encodes it. Even what I'm uploading right now, YouTube will just re-encode it afterwards again. Just let Megatron do it. No, Megatron will only upload nude pictures of himself. We're not letting Megatron do it. That will be like the worst idea ever. Alright. So, fuel is technically being made. Here we go. It will be made as soon as we get some bleed-through over there of the uranium. That's still gonna take some time. Though you might be bleeding through soon. We can have an ultimate limit capacity of 80. So it still needs to do like 20 more cycles before you start to bleed through. The good thing is, the moment you start to bleed through, this guy over there will start to bleed through faster. Same for this guy, same for this guy, same for this guy. So we do have that trickle effect as well. But at least now all of these are operating. So we just need to wait for a bit. We could maybe think about putting in some speed pointers over here to maybe speed up that process as well. But yes. Speaking of Megatron, where is he? I have not booted up Megatron in like a week. I kind of wanted to work on Megatron like over the weekend, over the long weekend, but I just did not do anything on him. I still got like a whole bunch of fun ideas I want to do with Megatron, but I just... Whenever I got the time for it, I don't have the motivation for it. Whenever I have the motivation for it, I don't have the time for it. But we can boot him up real quick. What's it called again? It's called... No, not this one. Good. And I also had like a couple system updates the last couple of days. As such, not even his editor is open. There he is. Alright, there's a little bugger. Then we need to get the keys in there. That's in there as well. And then... Alright, so we have to do the command from hand. Pull ChatGPT. Then it is personality file. It's Megatron. .txt. And then, what was it called? Configuration file? Environment file? Setup file? What did I call it? Where's the command interface? There it is. Environment file. Yeah, that's just the okay one. Here he is. The init file. Now he's got like one text file for his personality, and he's got another text file for the environment he's standing in. And then, of course, he will also be loading in all the memories and stuff like that you put into his brain. And here he is. Oi, Megatron, you fucker. What have you been up to this last couple of days? He might also be out of money. That's also a thing we need to keep in mind.
Not much, bold Viking. Just lurking in your shadow, plotting your demise.
Nah.
As usual. I've also been collecting epic rockets and ammo of high rarity, preparing for the inevitable day of our great battle. I remember the time when I beat the Saxons with a team of Vikings. Such sweet memories. And it kinda makes me feel old. You sweet summer child.
Okay. And the real definition of organization: when I want, I don't have time, and when I have time, I don't want. Yeah, well, that's a thing. All right, can we do something about this train track over here, or this train track to go to the other side? Because then we don't need to deal with the abort issue. We do need to start to clean this thing up over here and get the train track in there. It's gonna be so much annoying work. Which I guess we're going to start now. Alright. Before we do anything, we probably want to focus the camera. I've focused the camera today already. You see, it's focused. The only reason my beard is not that lush is because I'm not feeling that lush. Alright, but we need a bit of a storage system before we go. Clean your glasses. Yeah, that sounds better. There you go. Alright. Problem with a storage system is the moment you put this stuff down, it will be there forever. We can probably put down a little bit of storage where the train system is, or the train station is over there. Like, a little bit there. A little bit over there. Yeah, because we're going to start to pick up some stuff. I mean, we got some faster bots now. And actually some bigger cargo-sized bots over there as well. So that will help us out tremendously. I do kind of want to have this over there as a bit of a path. And also this over there. You know, that will also prevent us from copy-pasting this over there. But if we ever want to make another one of the stations, I will probably make that by hand. Like maybe find some gaps where nothing else will be placed right now. Then again, this is not really a gap. Because once we have cliff explosives, that gap over there will open up. And we are making yellow chests, right? Right? Actually, turns out we are not making yellow chests. Because we set up every chest over there except the yellow one. For whatever reason. Alright, time for some yellow chests then. Yeah, let's put you over there. You over there, make the yellow chest. Do we want to have some quality yellow chests? The answer is actually yes. We do want to have some quality yellow chests. There we go. Make some quality yellow chests on the side, please. There they come. Where are you going? Alright, it will be happening sooner or later, which means we can now start to clean up. We need to start the cleanup process. Like some of these old processes over here, especially the green circuit production over there, the red circuit production over there, and the blue circuit production over there, that needs to be done in electromagnetic machines in the future. Speaking of electromagnetic machines, it might make a lot of sense to send you over there to Factorio real quick to pick up some more of those. Alright, so what do we have going on over here? Ugh. Let's start with the cleanup of these machines first and foremost. Like get rid of this, get rid of that. There it's just gonna be like, let's also stop the pocket bots real quick. But all of this needs to go. There we go. We could maybe start the production of something new over there. This is definitely going to be a thing which I will probably let the game run a little bit after the stream. Because the bots are very much going to be busy over here picking up all of this shite. But it needs to go. It needs to go. Nobody distinct. Hello there. It needs to go. We're going to keep the power poles for now. We're going to be pulling those out later. But the other problem, of course, is going to be like this big connection over here of plates and stuff like that. We could, yet again, maybe think about maybe doing some kind of dedication over there. Where we maybe just... Yeah, plates on the train is probably how we want to do it. I also don't really want to do too many trains. But we need to come up with something over here. Because this over here cannot continue. Yeah, that can go away, that can go away, that can go away. This, that, these over there. Mr. Creative Gears, most likely. I mean, there is probably going to be like a second pass going through here where we're going to be picking up some more stuff. I missed a couple of chests over there and there. No, I actually did miss this one. The first one! The very first one! But yeah, green circuit production needs to be improved and recalibrated over here. Red circuit production over there, the same. So we'll not be picking up this yet, we can't. Because this is actively being used, but upgrading this to something with electromagnetic machines would definitely be better. On top of that, wait, how did I deactivate my legs? There we go. On top of that, the power issue is... yeah, let's maybe feed the nuclear power plant by hand real quick. Because we're gonna run into a brownout. We don't need a lot of fuel cells, we only need a couple. But, yes. Now, there's a button combination over here. Alt-E is it, to deactivate the legs. And the roboport is Alt-F. And of course, it didn't really look where I clicked, so, yeah. But yeah, we need to activate the nuclear power plant. So, let's feed it by hand then. Let's make some cells, like something like 20, 50, 30, whatever we can make over there. And just throw that into the nuclear power plant. Then we can also see if the automation of the nuclear power plant is working as intended. We could of course also let the bots pick it up, but that's probably going to be more troublesome. Because if the bots are currently hogging all the roboports in the middle to charge up while they're deconstructing, any kind of robot that will be bringing up like a nuclear fuel rod from like the top left to the bottom right will also be stuck in that position over there somewhere. Yeah, let's pick up all of these. Let's drop these in there. How many will it make? A lot. That will give us a lot. Is a rare Mark 1 better than a normal Mark 2? They're equivalent. Okay. Actually, are they equivalent? They should be... It's a little bit faster in terms of speed. Oh, you stole one. What the hell? Yeah, that nuclear power plant needs to come in ASAP. I mean, we can get ourselves like, yeah, let's just get like 50 or something like that. So then we have like the first delivery and bring it to the south. And then the nuclear power plant can start up on its own. Here we go. Let's wait for one productivity cycle of here to continue. We got a productivity of 24%. So once this one is complete, and then a little bit more, then we'll get it. Come on, move faster. I do know that you're power hungry, but move faster. Oh, it's Tuesday. I just noticed. Flankers place already or not. Alright, that is about 49. That's a good number. Let's bring this to the south. Also, with the extra cargo bot size over there, the deconstruction project will be going a little bit faster. Worker robot speed. Looking forward to that as well. Bot speed is technically infinite. But of course the research will be more and more expensive with time. But the cargo size is very much important. I think we're now also at max cargo size. So our bots will be lifting as much as they can. Alright, nuclear power plant. Come on, move faster. The only downside of the Vermin bot is if you need to go like from one side to the other, it just takes forever. It just takes freaking forever. Also, let's make sure that we can see these lads over there. Yep. And actually, the deconstruction over there is not too bad. I kind of expected it to be worse, but it's not too bad. But yeah, how will we be having plates in the future? I mean, I would prefer for like a minibus or something like that to come in at certain points. We could still make multiple minibuses. And just top them up every now and then. Like things we definitely want to make outside of our main base. Things, every plate more or less. I mean, plates don't really make a lot of sense to build them like inline. And we already kind of covered the topic, and I kind of remembered it just now, that we will probably just be redoing plate either way the moment we get to the foundry, so we will pause it. There we go. Alright, so let's make sure that this over here works as expected. So, bots, please. Yeah, I have these lots of bots. Yeah, I'm kind of also... That's the reason why I kind of want to start this project over here. So that we can connect train paths over here. Because then we don't have the issue with the train can't find path anymore. Though, will we not still have that issue? No, we will not. Because the depots will... We might still have that issue. Because there could still be... We have to be careful how we build our train system. Because we have to build it in a way that a train in the depot can always go to a provider. But the train in the depot does not necessarily have to be able to go to a requester right away. And since we can't really turn around, that is more or less the main issue. Okay, logistic bots should be available. Are we requesting like the... Oh, wait a minute. No. You know what the issue is? We do request some buffer chests. Okay. Who's messing around over here? Did we like request the most far away logistic bot? It would sometimes be nice to figure out or to get like a response to like who is doing stuff over there. Don't tell me we're waiting on that one logistic bot to come over for everybody else to trigger. I mean, you got the delivery stored over there, or scheduled, and you got the delivery scheduled. So, which bot are we... you know what it could be? It could be the exact same thing already talked about. Might be stuck in here somewhere at the roboport and waiting to charge. Maybe over here. Or maybe he does come from like far away. Oh, there's one. Good job, man. You can do it. Oh, you know which one this is? The one way from the beginning. The cheeky one. Alright. It's not like we don't have logistic bots available. Like, we're only using like 10% of them. Where the fuck are they? Oh, there's one. Wait, another cheeky one? Oh. We are, of course, still making fuel. So we're still getting fuel. Oh, that makes sense, I guess. Yeah, because these were already placed down before we fill the chest. So of course we get the ones from all the way yonder. Ah, that's alright. Okay, but there they are. They're coming, they're coming. Never mind. Alright, then let's see this nuclear power plant over here in action. Any minute now. Things we want to kind of look out for is that we don't overstuff the power plant. Like, the criteria we're waiting on is that... Oh, this is not right, is it? 2 out of 4? Where we have 1 over there. Use it to read. Ah, we're not reading these 2 over there. Alright. And that is because we do that with this green wire over there. There you go. That's how it should be. Perfect. So they all got 1 in there as well. At the moment, there is fuel in there. So this criteria over there is not active. Good. With the neighborhood bonus over there, we're definitely making a lot more heat. That's great as well. How's the heat going through here? 155, 152. How about all the way at the end over there? It's going up slower at the end, of course. But it is going up. We might be fine. $87, $88. Yeah, it's just off by 1. This might actually be kind of nice. If it's always like off by 1 temperature of the main reactor. This is actually a good way of doing that. The downside, of course, is that you get confronted with this blinking red icon over here all the time. But then again, the neighboring consumers over here are not active yet. But we're at 270. And going up and up and up and up and up. Alright, we do have the proper amount of turbines. One might remember that at some point where we were building this, I kind of deleted one of the heat exchangers. I re-added it, it's now over here. We got one solo little heat exchanger with its own little water pump over here, just dealing with the heat over there. So everybody is back in place. We got the perfect ratio over here. Well, not only the perfect ratio, but we got an optimal ratio over here. The perfect ratio is actually a bit different than this, and since we use steam buffers over here to make this thing work over there, everything will be a bit more muddy, but that'll be fine. That'll be fine. Alright, about to get to 400. How many is this in total? That is 33. So is there like just a straight up 33 difference over there? 275. No, there's a bit more of a temperature difference. These are definitely hotter than the arms. So it might have just evened out with that for like 1 degree the difference over there, but I think the difference will be a bit bigger than that. Nevertheless, 440. Once we're at the 500, the first heat exchangers over here will start to work. We also got a bit of a steam buffer over here, so that the nuclear reactor does not need to run all the time. And of course, the heating towers over there can also, of course, buffer some heat. And technically, we could throw some nuclear fuel on here to make this one over there go as well. But I don't think we need to. But that 250% efficiency over there is nothing to sneeze at. Actually, kind of curious. What would be more efficient? 1 nuclear fuel is 1 uranium. It only makes 1.21 gigajoules. Okay, I see. Whereas this one over there makes 8 gigajoules. Does require more uranium-238. Whereas this runs on pure uranium. Yeah, I think the nuclear fuel is more efficient. Alright. nuclear power coming in. Of course, at the moment where we don't need that much power anymore, the plateau is done. But there we go. Get that nuclear going. Looks nice, though. I kind of like it. I did not really observe a swap over there, but seeing that we're not overfilling over here in fuel cells, it seems to be fine. And steam is going up for now, which means we are making more steam than we need power. Oh, look at that. Half a gigawatt. Lovely. It also means we can technically get rid of all of the old steam power plants. If we kind of think about it, if we get rid of the old ones over there, no, it's already built like this now. Alright, science is flatlined again. We have to check up on that soon. I'm pretty sure it's not because of stone, because we should still have a lot of stone available. Yes, we do. Alright, you're sitting now at 600. How's the backline looking? 500. That might be good. We need 500 over here to operate, and we're getting to that any second now. And the old ones is back up, and it kind of makes sense. I also kind of always find it a little bit weird how the old power plants are still technically pushing power, and they don't fully turn off even though you got nuclear power available. There might be a good reason for this, but I mean, we did do like the swap now, but they're not fully off. Alright, that's also a decent amount of fuel in the air. Are we fully hot? We're about to be fully hot. We might want to raise the minimum temperature over here like a little bit. And again, do we need to? At the moment, there will be nothing inserted over there because our steam buffer is big enough. And heat will equalize for this entire system over there. Yeah, we're now also making steam over here. And temperatures... No, temperatures are going down. Are they going up again? Or is the reactor off now? Ah, the reactor's off. Let's do one more round. So let's just take some of this by hand. Because I kind of want to see how the temperature over here gets projected over there at the end. We need to heat up like a little bit more now. Yeah, go back up to 600. You're still not moving. You're still at the minimum temperature. Same for you. $612 over there. So which one of these? Okay, these are moving. 5.4, 5.2. This is going up now. Okay, it's yeah, it's doing it. It will take a while for it to actually properly heat up. Should probably. Well, the thing is, we already turn off if our steam over here is, if we already passed the steam level over there. Could probably fix that by maybe adding like a bigger steam buffer, but I think it will be fine. I'm also not quite sure if like fully cooling down a reactor over there is that efficient as well. We should probably maybe do some better calculations over there, because you do still have that overall inefficiency, don't you? No, actually no, it should be perfect. It's just a delay. Because the energy in the uranium gets turned into heat. That heat gets consumed by the steam by the heat exchangers, and those then make steam and drive the turbines. So it will take a while for the reactor to like get all the way to like full power, but it's not like we're going to be wasting heat. It just needs some time to push itself through all of these systems over there. Here we go. And now you're also going up. Perfect. Cool. I like it. Also, the other thing I kind of like about this solution over here is we used to do the solution over here with a memory cell, but now we don't have a memory cell. Now we just got like 4 clear conditions and we just use this. Alright, that's power cleared. Let's check up why science is flatlining. Do we still need to cancel though? No, we okay, let's implement the cancel real quick. I just kind of hope that the train will not do like any kind of micro movement. No, go to depot. Now, wait a minute. We're missing the most important check mark. There we go. Yeah, he's not doing any kind of micro movements. He will just cancel himself. Alright. At least then we can get the alert away. And then we don't get bothered by that either. Cool. Cool, cool, cool. Alright, alright, alright. Then, all the way up over here. Science, what's wrong with you? There you are. Nothing is wrong with you. You're operating. Is something else maybe not operating? Oh, it's not production sites. I thought for sure it would be an issue of production sites. Is it maybe an issue that the belt is too full? No. Is it an issue with utility science? Yes. Alright, utility science. What's wrong? Where are you? You're also over there. You're waiting on flying robot frames? Ah, that might be a lubrication issue. Flying robot frames, we're still making those all the way over there. And you're missing electric motors. Electric motors over there are over there. Those are not always being made. Because it seems we're missing normal engine units. Engine units are being made over there. Which are coming in from over there. This is where we make engine units. At least a couple of them. And it's usually a 1-to-1 for these. And we make a couple more over there. This might just be like because of the power brownout we had. This might just be like a remnant effect. But what we can do is maybe just put in some more advanced machines to make engine units a little bit faster. And then it'll be fine. Blue science eating some? Also true. Also true. But yeah, we should just upgrade the machines over there. There they are. Yeah, to the next side here. On top of that, give them this, and on top of that, replace one of these with a more advanced one. Let's pick up some of the Mark II speed modules. I mean, now that we have power, we don't need to worry about it. Also, now that we have power, we could make some beaconized builds to fully use the potential of our materials. And beacons are definitely going to be very important. There they are. Yeah, pick them all up. But yeah, we need to start doing some rebuilds over here, because the initial builds we made over here to get through this mess, we need to optimize these. Because a lot of these we can make in electromagnetic machines. Some of these, well, we don't have the foundries yet, but some of these we can also make in foundries, and foundries will make things also so much better. Well, okay, we only have one. There you go. Alright, 10% faster. Also, more faster. Well, you're technically like twice the speed, and then more productivity on top. That should be fine for engines for a while. Don't really think we need to worry too much about pipes and gear wheels over there. We can take a quick check over here. We consume about, what is that, 0.5 gear wheel per second. We're still making 1.5 per second. Yeah, there's nothing to worry about at all over there. Good. I also do like that this cleanup operation over here went over a little bit faster than I expected it to be. We still got these smelting areas over there. And the main issue is going to be this pipe over there. And this pipe over there is the main issue. This is the main sushi pipe we use to feed our machines further down over here with materials. Yeah, I can pretty much tell we do need to move some stuff around over there. Is this still part of our... Are you still making science? Huh. Okay. But we have a new science built all the way over here? We sure do. But apparently we are still making science over there. Okay, let's stop that here. The more we can clean up, the better. Get rid of this, get rid of that. Get rid of these. Here, no longer required. Blue signs over there, same thing. No longer required. We do need to keep the machine over here that makes sulfur. Because that is still going... Yeah, we can take the spell out. That's still going into the blue science machine further down south. Here we go. Here we go. Here we go. Clean up, clean up. Then, rubber boards. We're also making down south. No longer required over here to make these. That can go away. Then, green signs, we're making that down south as well. Which means we no longer need to make inserts over there as well. This can all go away. These inserts built over there can go away. Belt, same thing. Make that down south. Good. That red circuit chest over there is probably still important. Let's see where they can go away. The engine build over there can stay, but then again, we aren't we not also making engines down here? Yes, we are, but we're not making electric engines because we're not really doing any kind of lubrication builds over here. That's also the reason why we have not made Blue Belt yet. And also we have not researched it yet because we do not do... We have no kind of lubrication pipeline all the way down over there yet. Put that thing in there as well. We can set up like another oil refinery over here somewhere. And process... Ooh, look at them go! And process all of this magnificent oil that we have over there. Problem with this oil over here is it's also kind of surrounded by other resources. It might be better over here to put the oil that we make over here onto a train and then do the oil processing over here because we have a little bit more space. But if we're going to be rebuilding oil processing, then I would rather do that with beacons in mind. So let's focus on beacons because it makes no sense to redo oil and to not think in beacons, because beacons and oil, that's where you get like a lot of stuff done. And supercharge the sushi pipe, proper control mechanisms to allow to transport everything perhaps. I mean, it is... The big problem with the sushi pipe is, a sushi pipe works great if it's one big segment. And the big problem with the sushi pipe over here is it's multiple segments. Like, the sushi pipe is coming from all the way over here. Here's where it starts. That's where the sushi pipe starts. And the pipe is so long that we have like some pumps in between. And those pumps in between cause issues. Because, for example, we have a consumer over here. But if he does not consume everything, then it might just bleed through past this pump over here. And that's a bit of an issue. That's the main issue over here. That we have like segments in this thing. I don't think we have a segment after this anymore. So the last segment is the biggest segment. But those in-between pipe segments are the issue. We tried to solve it with lots of controlling and filtering. We tried that and it kind of got very messy. And if you kind of think about it, we would rather... What do you actually need as a liquid? Lubricant is the one thing that you will probably need the most inside of your base. Everything else you don't really care much about. Things like sulfuric acid, you also don't really need in your base, right? I mean, what do we need sulfuric acid for, except for making things like sulfur? Let's have a look at the liquids real quick. You there. So, sulfuric acid for actually in-base crafting, nothing. We need it for mining. Batteries. Batteries might be the only thing, but we can also make those batteries on site. And blue circuits. Yes, and blue circuits. Okay. But I don't really mind putting liquids onto the train system, because liquids are usually kind of easier to transport on a train system than putting it into a big pipe. Lubricant is going to be one of those interesting parts for like all the belts, but then again it will only be interesting for blue belt, because green belt we're going to be making on volcanoes, because we can't make it anywhere else. We could technically completely skip blue belt, at least blue belt on novice, because once we're going to make green belt we don't really care about blue belt anymore, which kind of makes me think that we should probably just skip blue belt, because it makes no sense to make that. The only thing we do need duplication for is for electric engine units. That's where we need them the most for. And then light oil we need for solid fuel and rocket fuel. Suzuki pipe with filtering, yeah, but you do need to consume that pipe as well. I mean, you can flood a pipe with something. I think I know what you want to do. There's another way we can do it. What we could do is, we could make some kind of liquid depot, attach a pipe to that, and then if somebody has a request for that liquid, we just start pumping that liquid into that pipe. Once that request is no longer present, we turn on the backfill pumps, and we empty the pipe of whatever is remaining in that thing. Once we have the pipe emptied out, we can put something new in there. Maybe somebody else has a request. And combat will pump only when need from tank to tank. Yeah, something like that. Something like that. But to be perfectly honest, a diagonal sushi pipe is like the worst thing ever. It hurts to build it. It is so annoying to build. I would rather have it on a train and just bring it over whenever we need to. We could still combine the sushi pipe, a localized sushi pipe, with the train system, and we just bring over whatever we need. Better one pipe than loads. Yeah, that was also my thinking over here. That's also why we have like one pipe over here. But trains is definitely the way to go, in my opinion. And that's also kind of why I kind of want to clean up this place, so we can get the train track through there. So that we have the top part over there available for the train track. We're gonna have to skip over this guy, or maybe just go around him. I'm not quite sure how we're gonna do that over there. We also got like this ore field still in the way, which still has like tons of good ore in it. No, we're slowly mining it out at least. I'm very happy to see that we are actually getting rid of it. But yeah, we would need to connect this part over there, Sprinter base, with this part over there. And then of course we still got like this little pop over there. But that could be done with some other kind of rebuilding. But yeah, for now, doing some cleanup I think is the best way to solve this. And we could still also continue building down on the south over here and maybe do the circuit rebuild over here. Speaking of the circuit rebuild, Fulgora, there we go. We do need to move you by hand. There we go. And now the Wolf Warrior, how you doing? Welcome, welcome, welcome. What about the science build over there? We might want to go back all the way over here to fix up whatever is broken over here. Also, I kind of noticed something. I mean, to get back all the way over here will take so much walking. It will be easy with the jetpack because flying over would still take like probably a couple minutes. But it will be easier. But we're gonna be landing, I think. Yeah, we're gonna be landing over here. So if we do go down over here, and this also kind of seems to be stuck, why is you stuck? Because we're not making any supercapacitors. We're not making any supercapacitors because we're not getting any holmium in. And we're not doing any holmium because is this belt just full? Ah, there's the holmium. This belt is just full. Anything we can do about that? Not via remote, because we don't have any pots over here. And the electroscience is the important part, so we should do something about that. So we should probably focus on getting back to Fulgora real quick. Alright, you all the way back over there. Oh, some quality tree modules. I'll take those. Anything else in there? I do kind of want these over there as well. Can we increase requests? Yeah, the section. Pom pom pom. These do like 200. And then these do like 200. Yeah, we left the plant without bots because there was no space for bots. There is no space for bots in here. Like, it's that tight. We could put a roboport over there, I guess. Alright, let's send a couple of these up. But yeah, we should go and fix up the science build, because if we're waiting on electromagnetic science and electromagnetic science is not being made, then that's an issue. Here we go. Also, the reason why we're launching these by hand is so that we can do multi-shipments over here like this. You can't do multi-shipments with the automatic control. Also, we don't have bots over here. So we're kind of launching these by hand. There we go. At least this will make the belt move. That's the other thing. Maybe we can fix this entire situation over here as well by just launching you up. Because then the belt will move. So this one is properly stuck over here. I don't think there's much we can do about it right now. Oh. No, it will start to consume. That will hopefully give us some space. Maybe start making the holmium move again. Here out of holmium. There's also not a lot of holmium in there. This thing got proper stuck. We need a better priority input handling over here for the holmium, but that's also part of the problem. There's just not enough space. With enough space, it would not be an issue, but there's just not enough space. Alright, you're still waiting on a rocket or two? Also, I'm kind of curious to see why you got so backed up over here. We could probably just extend this belt out like a little bit. Yeah, there's so many green circuits in here. Oh, it's going down. Might actually start moving over here. Look at that. Can we launch an empty rocket? No, we cannot. Damn it. I mean, if we don't need to... Oh, there we go. There goes the holmium. Perfect. Seems to be going again. I mean, if we don't need to be over here, all the better. If we can fix this via remote by just like juggling some rockets, might be good. There we go. Use that up over there as well. There we go. There we go. Yeah, maybe a bit of a better voiding mechanism over here would be fine. Well, it seems to be working again. And I guess the blue circuits in the game, it's also kind of sometimes kind of luck operated and luck dependent. Because I guess we were processing blue circuits over here at some point in time, and then we would be making so many green circuits here that the entire system over here just kind of backed itself up. But it seems to be fine again. Alright, it's moving again, so that's at least something. Then the big question is, are we making science again? Well, we're making a superconductor over there. Or supercapacitor. Supercapacitor, which means... There we go. And goes out over there somewhere. There he is. There he is. That means we're making science again. Alright, at least that's something. Good, then we don't need to be over there. That's also always the best kind of thing. Like if you ever been like a server administrator, and you actually have to go over to where the physical machine is because something broke, but you somehow manage to fix it via remote, that's always so nice. Well, at least you seem to be processing as well again, so I guess that's also fine. Maybe you just did back up because you were full. Alright, let's give it some more iterations over there. Pom pom pom, pom pom pom. There we go. Science is being made again. Excellent. But yeah, we need to watch this a bit more. And maybe... I guess for now it's fine, but we should watch this like every now and then. Like every now and then, like before we stream, or while we stream, we should go over there and have a quick look at it. And during stream, we should have another look at it. Oh yeah, this one will launch automatically, because you're a pure shipment. That's kind of nice. Oh, there's still so many more in there. Ah, you know what? Okay, now you're half shipment again. No, you could probably put some of these in there, right? They're not that heavy. No, there's some space in there. There's like another 100 kilogram over there. Don't waste that space. Come on. Oh, yeah, the reason for that is because you got a handful of these. It would probably be even better over here if we just set your hand size to like 1. So that will not happen anymore. Over here it doesn't really matter too much, because the only thing we're sending out over here is just the science speakers. Alright, seems to be working again. It's slow. It's very slow. Sadly, it's not like full speed all the time. It's very, very, very slow. But at least it's working again. You're now waiting on holmium plate. Yeah, and holmium plate is always that one thing that is just the most annoying to make. A foundry will help quite a bit in making holmium. Like once you have a foundry, holmium is just so much better. But before you have a foundry, holmium is just really, really, really terrible. Alright, it's all filling up. Good. Alright, can we do any more cleanup over here? Like any more prep clean work? We're gonna get some more magnetic machines so we can make the green circuit build somewhere else. I guess we're also gonna be mostly botting that, even though we're gonna be partially botting that. If at all. I mean, if you gotta think about it, we could also just make green circuits somewhere out yonder. And just bring them in like you would always do. We might just do that. Let's look at the map real quick. So, we need something where copper and iron is close to each other. Well, there is copper and iron over there. Heat exchange and temperature check? We can check. But the nuclear power plant should be off. There he is. And we're sitting over here at 503, and we're sitting over there at 501. Steam-wise, we have not peaked, so we're now more or less burning off the steam that's in the buffer tank over there. But heat-wise, we're good. And we got so much power now. But yeah, copper, coal. That's the other thing. We're not quite certain if we can find copper and coal. Copper and iron that close next to each other. Well, maybe except over here. I definitely do not want to do ore trains. Ore trains is going to be the worst thing ever for us because we don't have space for ore trains. And again, for smelting copper and iron, volcanoes. Volcanoes is getting more and more important the more I think about it. So we should really, really, really focus on those magnetic science packs over there. I mean, we've got a badger there now, which is good. Okay, that was already the correct one. Yeah, send you out there. Come on, only 3 of these? What are you trying to put in there? There we go. Yeah, that's better stuffing. Look at that! Still, we need to launch these by hand. It would be nice if we could like launch them via a wire or something like that, and then we could put in some kind of stupid clock. Or whenever the rocket is ready and somebody can accept it, just launch it. This is something I would still love to see to be done better in Factorio, because we can click this button and it'll work. I would love that we could click this button over here via some kind of other mechanism. So that we can do proper mixed shipments, because mixed shipments are not that supported by vanilla Factorio. It's kind of weird. Even though mixed shipments over here seem to be working fine. Alright, off you go. Still in there. Mostly electromagnetic plants. It does work for construction, you thought? I'm guessing it doesn't work for cargo on demand. It does work for construction? No, construction is also single shipments. There we go. This one over there will launch automatically because this one is a pure shipment. So once the rocket is ready, he will launch this thing up. Alright, how are you? Ugh, that's so far away. There it is. Yeah, 55. It's gonna be a slow process, but it'll be fine. The whole moon's moving again, that's the important part. Cool. Alright, let that sit over there for a bit. Alright. We can clean up this. There you go. Somebody pick that up, please. Why are we making... Oh yeah, we're making solid food over here to feed the smelters. That's fine. We can now also switch over to electric smelting, which will make things also a little bit easier on us. That can go away, this can go away, here. The more we can clean up, the better. This power plant, I'm just gonna yeet it. because then we have the space for something else. Here we go. Yeah, push everything into nuclear. That's fine like that. That's fine like that. This thing over there can go as well. Then we'll go pop. This part of the power plant can also all go. Here we go. Random water pipe is hopefully not required. Nah, it's most likely not required. This one can go, everyone can go. Make it all go pop. I mean, yes, usually keeping the old steam engines as backup is definitely a good idea. In our case, we need the space, so they're gonna go. They're gonna go somewhere also. Here we go. This can go. That can go. So this can go, this can go, this can go, and here we go. So happy to see it all go over there. Also, if you would still think about keeping these, it will definitely make much more sense to switch them over to like heating towers, because the heating towers do make way more power than these setups. Especially since you get more efficiency out of the fuel. So if we do want to kind of go back to like some kind of backup combustible power, it will probably be with heating towers. Here you go. Oh, this is going to be so good. Don't need this, don't need that, don't need that, don't need this. And especially let the bots take care of it. That's by far the best part about this whole thing. Keep the lamp. I like the lamp. There we go. Good. Pick all of that up, please. And then we can check what we're missing over here. We probably missed like some kind of delete. We'll fix that once we need to fix it. This can go, that can go. That's all fine over there. Anything in here we could do better? Yeah, this is now mostly copper, not a lot of iron. I mean, the iron field is just... How much iron is left in here? 186, okay. We already got like the new iron hooked up, which is this one over there with 12 million over there. And 12 million is also not that much. I do kind of want to explore a little bit further up into the northeast corner. Because these resources down here is also going to be an absolute pain in the butt to mine out. Due to fields growing into each other. But yeah, that'll be fine over here for now. And if a rocket is full and if the rocket is full and the ship demands and all the stuff for its construction, I thought it would auto launch. No, it will not do that. I think. Maybe it does work for I think I've never observed that. Whenever you order something in space, it will always order in like a stack of it, or like whatever fits in the rocket. And I'm confident I've never seen a mixed rocket shoot up automatically before. Let's put it like that. Can of course be wrong about that. There's been already numerous patches ever since we played our last vanilla playthrough. So who knows? There we go. It's still further over there. Yeah, you did a couple of manual or automatic launches because you were only electromagnetic plants, but that's now also done. So last rocket going up. With some quality modules and some more electromagnetic units. How many electromagnetic units do we now have on the big bag of the clown? Oh, quite a bit. Love that. And 21 Mark III modules. Also pretty nice. Even though... No, wait, those are the uncommon ones. Yeah, 1.6. It's kind of interesting. I like the okay, we're comparing tier 3 to tier 3 of tier 2. Yeah, the uncommon tier 2 is already better than the normal tier 3. Normal quality 3 modules kind of suck. And you'll also notice that quite a bit if you go through like the higher qualities, like legendary and stuff like that. Like a quality, yeah. A quality 1 to quality 2 is an increase of 2%, and then from quality 2 to quality 3 is only 2.5%. But a uncommon quality 2 is already 2.6, which is better, and a legendary quality 2 is 5%. And that 5%, a legendary quality 2 is better than an epic quality 3. Like quality 3 modules don't really matter too much unless you get to rare. Yeah, the rare quality 3 module somehow is still better than any kind of quality 2 module except legendary. But after that, it kind of changes quite fast. Like the rare quality 2 is 3.2, and then the uncommon quality 3 is also 3.2. 6.2. Oh, did they fix that? No, it was always like that. Yeah, the legendary quality 3, of course, is then the best. Alright. Last rocket. Did we already launch it? Ah, there it is. Last rocket going up. Still some quality 3 modules in the air, but we're just gonna wait on them. Which means that you can go back home to Novice. There we go. That'll be fine as well. Good. Why is science then still flatlining? Wait a minute. Did we... I thought we fixed that. Alright, let's have another look at science then. It's still because of lacking of yellow science. And I thought making more engines would fix that because we're still waiting over here on more flying robot frames, but apparently we did not fix that. Alright, flying robot frames then. Where are they? They should be just over here. There they are. We're definitely not making more bots, and you're waiting on electric motors. Electric motors are still sometimes being made over here. Wait, if we're making electric motors over here, where are they then going? They're going on the belt of... Oh, they're going into there. So, who is consuming motors at the moment? Wait a minute. Did we open up like some kind of infinite craft somewhere? That we kind of forgot about? It can be very much the case. Okay, motors are being used by none of these that we're making over here. Are we still making exoskeletons? I mean, we did craft them at some point in time. We got 20 of them, and you're basically done. So it's definitely not going into you. These over here should be done as well. Yes, they are. Should be these. Yes, they are. So where are all these motors then going? Well, if we are trying for legendary power armor, we don't even have legendary unlocked yet. So that will definitely not be the case. Unless this is still a backlog over there, and we just used up this many over there. But we have you set up to 500. Okay, let's maybe go to like 200. There we go. Good. But yeah, we should definitely... We got beacons, right? Yes, we do. Okay. Then the focus is clear. Do a better oil build. And then put oil on the train. Especially if it's a lubricant. And then start to make better motors closer to the base. Because that old production for there, I kind of want to get rid of it. Which means beacons. Beacons we can make in one of these, which is still by far the best building ever. The electromagnetic machine. Of all the machines added in Factorio 2.0, the electromagnetic machine is by far the best because it has 5 module slots. And only because of that. But we do need to find a spot for it. Not over there. Not over there. Yeah, it'll be fine. Let's make some beacons over here. You start making beacons. Definitely request some buffer chests out there. We do have you in our pocket. There we go. And then put these in there. Good. And we definitely want some quality beacons in here, if possible. Alright, that's all coming in. Are we not also making wire over here? We are making wire in a stupid way over here. But we currently do not have any more electromagnetic machines on us. But they are in space. There they are. Hey, could you maybe drop down like a stack of these? A stack of these. Thank you very much. Could you also drop down these? Those. Drop down the science. Drop down the uncommon one. The recycler, let's keep the recyclers over there for now. There we go. There they are. Good. That means we can now grab ourselves one of... Where are they? Where's the electric machine? There it is. And actually, we should do it like this. And find a spot close by where we just start making wires for now. And... I kind of want to find a nice spot in here. This is technically a nice spot. Can we just move you around a little bit? Like you over there. Here we go. Because making wires in this is also just so much more effective. There we go. Alright. Use the uncommon one for this one, please. And then speed modules, do we got a good rare one? Not really. Do we got some better prop mods? Down there. Well, we got a couple. Because we don't really need quality in here, and I don't really want any kind of quality wire. What I do want is a lot of prot in here. But we also kind of want to have like one speed module in there. Here we go. So overall crafting speed is minus 1%. Good. Productivity is 80%. Even better. But you only go up to 50. That is not the number we're looking for. Let's see. You gotta turn yourself off if you're at 50 of these. No, let's make like 2,000. Which also kind of means that this arm over there is probably way too slow. Here we go. Much better. This thing over here makes 18.5 wires per second and is every now and then backing up over here. Do we got a more advanced green inserter? No, we don't. But then again, we are researching the bigger hand sizes. That should probably help us out over here. But 18.5 wires over there compared to the 9 wires we make over there. Yes. And this should be enough for like in-base crafting. Good, 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 good. Then, beacons, have you made any yet? No, because somehow you're kind of missing the half of your requests. Can we just do this times 2? There you go. To bring in like a little bit more than that. Could we maybe also get the quality tree modules? There you go. They should be in storage around here somewhere. There they are. Oh, there they are. Right next to me. All right, that's 12.5% quality. That's good. That's excellent. Good, 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 good. There they come. And this one eats, green and red circuits for breakfast. And once we start doing beacons, we should definitely start thinking about doing some rebuilds of our builds for circuits and stuff like that, because we're still kind of running like our initial builds, and those kind of suck. Those are horrible. Those are absolutely horrible. Making more circuits is definitely going to be a very, very important factor very soon on our list. But we also kind of want to redo oil a bit. Circuits and beacons, that's I think did we ever? Yeah, we did make beaconized circuit builds in the past. We can still think about making quality builds for those as well, but to be perfectly honest, I don't really want to do that. But if we want to mine this copper over there and smelt it, and this iron over there and smelt it, yeah, there is a very hard space constraint over here. That's not gonna be easy. We could try to put it onto a train. I would prefer not to make any kind of long ore trains. I would prefer to smelt it on site. What we could try to do is, of course, try to make a very small, very high quality smelter with beacons. And if you kind of think about it, once we get to foundries, we could make that even easier. We can move molten iron around, molten metals. That could be a very good idea. Also, I kind of have the feeling that you probably want to be a green ant. There we go. Because you're inserting so much stuff over here. There we go. Off he goes. Alright, we're getting beacons now. Good. Science moving again. Science is moving again. So now that we're making robot frames over there, we're also making science again over there. Good. Then. Oil. Oil's over here. Yeah, pick up these real quick. Just kind of want this machine over here to make some more stuff for me. We probably also want to have some more... How much more qualities do we have? We got a decent amount of these. We've got 16 of these. No, that's not how that works. But we can do it like this. Bum, bum. We can blast you as well. And then we can blast one more. How about we blast... These are technically already running better variants of these. Nobody wants to dump my quality trees just about anywhere. Also, just kind of noticed that we probably want to make cumulatives over there in also an electromagnetic machine. Can we make solar panels in an electromagnetic machine as well? Put them over there. Bum, 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 bum. I think we can. Now that I kind of... does not say... Oh, that's kind of interesting. Alright, let's check over here then. Oh, we sure can. Cool. Alright, the whole reason why we're picking up these over here is so that we gamble a little bit more. Yeah, maybe go down to 50. Because I don't really want to keep these in my hands. Same for you. Do 50. And put this back. Good. Alright, let's have a look at the oil then. If we're going to do some planning over here. So we can definitely, I mean, all of this oil over there. I mean, it will be connected to some kind of pipeline. Same for this over there. But there's also this oil over here. It makes a lot of sense to build a refinery over here. There is a couple of cliffs in the way, which is, of course, a little bit annoying. But it makes a lot of sense to build another refinery over there. So let's start thinking about that. Also, we need you over there to multiply this by at least... is it 8? 6? You multiply it by 8. Here we go. 80 of each, 8 stacks of each. Yeah, that'll be fine. Same for you over there. This should be multiplied by 8. There we go. In the hopes that we get some higher quality of these. I mean, for the ore refinery, it doesn't really matter too much about the quality level. I mean, it is nice to have a decent quality level over here. But it's not that much of a priority. We can also get rid of all of these circuits and stuff in there. We don't need this anymore. Here we go. That's all fine. Cool. Alright, let's maybe not go for the quality then. Let's just go for some of the more basic builds. There we go. Good. Alright, let's pick up some beacons. Let's get ourselves one more set of speed modules and one more batch of prot mods. If we're just gonna like empty out like this chest over there. And other one over there, which is this one over there. Just give me whatever. Then we're good for modules. And then we should maybe also pilfer and plunder the place that is making the pumps. That's over there. We also want to kind of beef you up by a bit. Not too much. We don't need that many pumps, but maybe go up to by 4. And then this over there, set this up to 80. I mean, better quality pumps do reduce or use less resources. So the less we have, the better. And then let's maybe also increase this by a bit. And this by a bit. Because if we're going to be working with oil and liquids, we're going to need all the pipes and all the undergrounds. Everything else should be fine in there. Alright, off we go. We might also want to extend the rail network down as far as possible. I'm not quite sure how far down it goes, but let's just pull it along while we work. Ah, the nuclear power plant. It's so good! Always nice to see something like this just work. Alright, roboports. Roboports, there's one over there. Let's place one over there. I guess one over here somewhere, somehow. How about you over there? This one will be fine. Also, why heating towers instead of heat pipes? We were kind of concerned that the heating pipes would not have the capacity for the distance. So we kind of went with heating towers. It was more or less an experiment. I'm still kind of inconclusive about why we did it like that. Because I think heating pipes would have worked similar. But then again, having like a build like that with some heating towers, sure, why not? Make it a bit different every now and then, you know? Yeah, let's place you over there for now. Ooh. The beam level is way higher. True. True. Alright, we actually got farther with this than I expected. Alright, landfill. Let's get rid of these tiny little lakes over there. Wherever we can. Cool. That's done. Then, we can get rid of these over there. This is no longer required. This is no longer required. Let's keep you. We're gonna pick you up once you're fixed. I don't really want to have any kind of broken turrets in my inventory. What's going on over here? Excuse me? Did we break the network? Oh, we did. Ah, there we go. Have some power. I don't think I've got repair packs on me. No, but some bots should be coming over with some repair packs. At some point in time. Alright, this pipe over there can also go. No longer required. go. Here we go. And there we go. Good. Alright, we also got the oil all the way over here at the other side of the nuclear power plant. I'm not quite sure what we're going to be doing with that yet. While we're here, fill up this. Yeah. Might as well fill in these little inland lakes while we're here. There we go. Clean up, clean up. Alright, alright. Oil on the train? I guess we can do oil on the train. Let's start over there. There's still some more landfill we can do over here. And while we're at it, I mean, who needs these trees, right? They're only in the way. Here we go. Put that in there. Good. Alright, the first batch of oil is somewhere over there. It's kind of hard to spot sometimes. Here it is. We can probably get this one, you know. There we go. That'll be fine. Alright, over there. That's at least all of these oil derricks done, mostly. You over there, you need to move a bit. Here we go. Any chance we placed one of these on top of oil? Nah, it seems to be fine. Then, further down over here. Yeah, let's get rid of this, all of this as well. Yeah, some oil. You. I assume we have some more shenanigans coming up in front of us. There you go. Let's jump these bands real quick. I mean, we could technically not drill oil, but to be perfectly honest, come on, man. Get it all. Alright, let's see, what can we do over here? So, we got you. Don't do that. We got you. What does autocomplete say? Autocomplete just says no. Oh, wait. I like this. Do this. There we go, that should work. Good. Anything we missed? Oh yeah, we missed a couple. Oh, that was kind of lucky. There's one more over there. Any we missed over here? That's looking good. Alright, we can get all of this oil together, and then we need to put it into some kind of train station somewhere. And then, of course, the question is, how do we move that oil? Think about liquid stations. We can't build them diagonal. They need to be a straight station. Can we get through here somewhere? No. A straight station. And of course, the other issue we're gonna have is we can't turn around in this one. So if you build like, we could maybe turn around. The good side about liquid stations is, or liquid transport is, actually that's no longer the case. They changed that. It used to be that liquid movement would be more or less instantaneous because of how fast it is. But with the new liquid system, that's no longer the case. So we can't just make like a train station or a train stop in the middle of the track. I was kind of thinking about doing that over here. We could, of course, put everything on a long pipeline, but I don't really want to do a long pipeline. What we could do... Wait a minute, I think I see it. Alright, now we're over here. Well, this will get us somewhere at least. But then we need to turn around. Oh, wait, I see it, I see it, I see it. How about we don't do this? I mean, the oil refinery is going to be to the south of us. There we go. How about this? This should be enough, right? And then we can turn this into a 1-2-1 station. Perfect. With you over there, and with you over there. Yeah, this will be fine. We can still make any kind of, well, kind of think about it. We could just make this like a permanent oil train. We don't necessarily need this to be on a specific schedule. Because if we don't mix liquids, then we don't need to worry about a generic fluid train system. If we just have like one permanent oil train, and this train will do only one thing, and that's chuck oil, then I think it should be fine. Alright, we can put down like a small tank system over here. Here you go. Because what else are we gonna do over here? There we go, make this as a bit of a buffer. And then let's get it all together. Over there, this way, that way. This can go like this, that, this. Sure, something like that. There's no real need for undergrounds, unless we really, really need them. Like over here, for example. And since we no longer get like any kind of optimization for like short pipes, we can just make a long ass pipe. Here we go, it'll be over there. We can probably rotate you around like this. You go over there. How about we do this? Let's pull you back a bit. That was a bit much. Also, this is happening again. Are you not getting your cancel in? Oh, you are getting your cancel in, but it snaps back instantly. Does that block the other station over there? Like, do you actually occupy a slot over here? Ah, the answer is no. It's just going to complain like that. Yeah, I do kind of hope that we can get that figured out a bit better soon. Once we get to the true cross connection and we can move trains across anywhere, it should be better. We go over there. There. Oh, we missed that one at the bottom over there. We'll fix that soon. I think you're no longer required. There we go. You are still required. You get a small one. There we go. You smell oil? It might be gas, so be careful. Good. And then we do the same thing over here. I can already see how this one will go. We got this nice little curve over here. Look at this one. Go like this, go like that, go like this, go like that, go like this, go like that. Voltby fart? Nah, you don't really want to smell those. Those have been very not pleasant the last couple of days. I did kind of change up my diet a bit, and I think I'm kind of noticing that in the farts now. You go over there. bum, 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 bum. Oil to the left, miss? Yeah, this one over there. I'm kind of figuring how we can connect you the best. Here we go. There, we also need this over there. I'm stuck. Here we go. With 2 of those on the desk, the dogs have been taking paint off the walls this week. Oof. Alright, and then 1, 2, 3, 4, like this to fill it up a little bit faster. There we go. Oil station complete. You go over there. You go over there. You go over there. Here we go. Good. And then we just put it onto a train and then we don't worry about it. Alright. Alright. Good. Then there's even more oil down over here. There's like one more small field over there. And then there's a bigger field over there. And then we want to process the oil all the way over there. Good, 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 good. How's this going? It's going decently. It could be better. It's going decently. One over here. We probably also want to put down like a requester chest over there. Like one over there and one over there. This will be for fuel. You over there, you're just going to order in some rocket fuel. Yeah, it'll be fine. Then, we might as well set up the train. I don't think we got fluid wagons automated yet. Because I think I kind of said that we're not going to be doing fluid wagons, but we're now doing fluid wagons. So, we might need to take a look at that. And then, very much important, the most important thing ever. It's way too dark again over here. Get some lamps out, please. Here we go. Look at that. Look at it all brighten up over here. That'll be fine. That'll do. I mean, they did kind of brighten up over here, so I guess we did automate them. Because they got the same control as the trains, so I guess we will be getting them delivered soon. Good. Oh, all this oil. How much oil? 500,000 oil. Nice. Alright. Oh, we got the roboports. I guess we got them delivered at some point in time. So, for more of these, there they are. One over there. We need to move you around like this. One over there, one over there. We already placed you. Is there only 4 spots? Really? 1, 2, 3, 4. Yes. And then that big field down there. Let's get to that next. Yeah, perfect. These walls have been fixed, so they can be picked up. Same for the turret over there. The radars no longer required because the roboports have radars in them. There we go. Something like this. You there. Ah, other bots are gassy. Chop it by hand then. There we go. Alright. This is where we need to be. This fits. That fits. Ah. This again. We did that a couple times. There's a couple spots I think over here where we built over the oil. Now it's only... That's 2 spots there. There's another one over there. We could... maybe wiggle to the south, but then there's also stuff over here. First and foremost, the most important part. Get rid of nature. It's in the way. Nobody likes it. And it's not doing anything for our pollution. Speaking of pollution. Oh, that looks kind of nice. Also, don't use the pocket bots for the trees, please. It's kind of annoying. Alright, this area over here definitely looks like a good spot to think about oil processing. The oil from over here, that will definitely come in via a pipeline. We could maybe make the train station over here. We do at some point in time probably need the train station to get in the oil from the further outside, but I don't really think that is much of an issue right now. Let's have a look. Yeah, we probably want to do the oil cracking right over there. Here we go. Super as well. Okay, we're out of landfill. Let's at least order these in so that they have a place to go home. Once they're in, we can try to get the train track around it. And especially once we can see over here like a little bit better. Alright, alright, alright. Let's have a quick look at Fulgora. Not this place. This place over there is fine. But that's so far. Jesus! There we go. How are you doing? 98. That's not good. Are you stuck again? The answer is yes. So I guess we do need to get over there sooner or later. The reason why we're stuck over here is because we kind of this belt is just a little bit under capacity. We could probably extend it over there and make it do some loops over there, and then we will most likely be fine. But this belt is just a tad too short. Or alternatively, if we had stacking, that would be even better. But that is not gonna happen over here. So we do need to go to Fulgora for some of the stuff. Might as well do that right now, because this over here is more or less just boring zigzag work. But then again, then we would need to get rid of our entire inventory. But Fulgora, it's more important that science works on Fulgora. So yes, that's definitely a high priority. So let's go over to Fulgora real quick and fix that belt over there, that bloody belt. I might then also walk all the way to the south to fix that part. And yeah, we were making fluid tanks. All right, never mind. Cool, we got those. Okay, apparently we had a heating cycle because there's a lot more steam in those tanks than I remember. Oh, there we go. There we go. And we do need like 5,000 electromagnetic science packs to make the mech suit. And the mech suit is oh so important. Alright, no more personal logistics, please. Let's just go to where the rocket is. That's over there. Let's drop our stuff in there. You get some of this, you get some of that, you get some of this. And that's that. Get the ammo out of your pockets. No, not build a new one. Go to big diagonal now. Oh. Here we go. And here we go. Good. Drop me off the Fulgora, please. Then we can see this thing in action for a bit. It's such a weird design, man. But it works quite well. I'm very happy with it. I do kind of miss that we make it like actual spaceships. I mean, this is still one of the best parts of the DLC or Factorio 2.0. Building and designing spaceships. It's so much fun. You feel like this would spin uncontrollably? Would it though? I mean, the center of mass is pretty much over here. It would spin a bit, I guess. It would spin counterclockwise. As we would be having more turbines to, well, the center of force, I guess, is over here. It's probably like right over here. That's the center of force. Because that's more or less the center of all of these turbines together. And the center of mass, it's not really well defined, but we could say the center of mass is over there. So we would be pushing this along a little bit. And there's nothing to slow you down in space, that is very true. But inertia is still a thing. I mean, I'm not that good in space dynamics, to be perfectly honest. I might be talking out of my ass. Alright, off we go. We can't go this way. Oh, I forgot the juicy floor over there. Burp. At least this time around, we are fast over there, and we can... This is actually more or less normal walking speed. Just going through the oil. So it's not too bad. Could be worse, though. Alright. Yeah, let's pick up you. Is there any red belt on there? Not really. Do we have any red belt over here? Not really. But what we can do is just consume this entire belt over there for a bit. There we go. Make some red belt. Alright, then this thingamabob over there. Ah, we got rid of some logic in there. Shit. Well, it'll be fine. Go all the way over there. That's gonna be the balancing point. This thing has to go. Need some more red belt, please. There we go. Now we got a little bit more capacity on the belt. But we kind of broke some logic in it, didn't we? Did we break some logic in here? Maybe? Or did we just... I think we just took out a reader, didn't we? Alright, I'm kind of hoping that with a little bit more space on this belt... I mean, the belt is basically just one big chest. And our buffer over here just kind of filled itself out over here. By not being able to fill it. And the Oblivion Remaster has Knights of the Nine and Shivering Isles included. They also revamped the combat system, and the change was inspired by Dark Souls. Ooh. I do hope I get the key for that. If not, I have to buy it. Oh no. Oh, it'll be fine. It'll be fine. Alright, yeah, this thing over here is still kinda unnaturally full. But I guess that is fine. This thing over here should empty itself out a bit more if possible. We are reading the entire belt. Yes, we are. Well, reading most of the belt. We're not reading the top part over there. That's fine, I guess. At least these two are empty now. This guy over there is still having issues emptying himself out. Well, it might just be a temporary issue. I mean, it is going down in there, so it's going somewhere. This guy over there is kind of always backed up. That is fine. Wait a minute. Am I thinking about this wrong? Now that we've got like more space on the belt, we will of course hit more input signals over here. We got this entirely wrong. And extending the capacity on the belt changes nothing. It's just gonna push the problem either further along or maybe make it worse at the beginning. Because the more space we have on the belt, the more, well, no, it should be fine. Because we got the hard limit over here of the amount of items we want to see on the belt. And recycling sometimes does give us like these short bursts of new items. So the more space we have on the belt, the better it should be in total. So I guess this is fine. Can we maybe get some more space on the belt by doing some other kind of weird shenanigans in here? Not really. You're recycling again, so that's at least something. One thing I would still love to see over here is some kind of better mechanism to get the holmium out. Because the holmium is the important part. We got like some extra inserters over there that will take the holmium out whenever we see it as a priority. I mean, that seems to be working again. As long as we have enough space on the belt. So that should be fine. It would also be lovely if we could upgrade all of this to red belt. Now, we do have some bots, I think, planet side in chests. We have not deployed them yet. Putting down some bots over here might help us out, but we are also kind of missing quite a lot of infrastructure line. Like, we got like no automated construction for anything at all over here. So, bots might not be the best idea right now. I would rather have a system that we don't need to touch anymore and just sits there and runs until it's kind of done with itself. The middle belt over here, turning that into red, would be definitely a huge improvement. Do we have belts on you? A little bit. And we can at least grab the pocket bots so that we can upgrade the belt over here with the pocket bots. That is true. Alright, let's do that then. You know what would probably be way better over here as an impromptu roboport? Freaking tank. We could just put the tank over here. Put some personal roboports in there and he will probably be... We could put him on the belt as well. He could just drive around on the belt. Oh, that would be great. Alright. Did we not drop down the bots in here? Oh, apparently we did not. I thought for sure we dropped some bots down here at some point in time. Or are they in chests over here somewhere? Yeah, let's see how any of this works. Nope. Bot. Okay, there's no bots in here. Ah, but that's kind of annoying. What cannon shells do we have access to? We got uranium shells. We're gonna use that for the worm once we're gonna get around that. The explosive ammo? I've never really seen that much of a point in uranium explosive ammo. I mean, for the nests, I guess, but for the worm, the piercing one. Absolutely. Alright, I guess we're just gonna paint you by hand. Here we go. Did we got any of these? No, we need some gears for that. We can fetch some gears from over here. Here we go. Okay, that's not enough gears. We can fetch some gears over here. There we go. Give me that. There we go. The faster the belt goes, the better it will be for us as well, because then things just process just like a little bit faster. Yeah, I'm pretty confident that the green cannon shells will be doing great jobs against the worms. Up, there we go. Alright, we need a couple more reds. We're getting like all the stuff, but nothing for red belts. There we go. Good. At least this way around we have now also emptied out you, so that's at least something. And full circle. There we go, it's now red belt. The feeder belt over here, that can be a yellow belt, that doesn't really matter too much. No, it would be nice if it would be a red belt as well. Alright, here we go. I mean, it's mostly a red belt already, so we might as well make it full red. Don't forget to tilt the screen. We already did that today. We can't do it the second time. If you missed it the first time, well, too bad. Here we go. If the balancer curve over there is a bit slow, that's fine. I don't care about that. Alright. Let's hope that this at least improves productivity over here for like a little bit. The most important part is still the holmium over there. Sadly, we can't put any pots in there. Another thing that will help out quite a bit of holmium, and I kind of underestimated that the first time around, is the Fulgora trees. On Fulgora, there are trees. Like, you will find them rarely on these islands, but you will find them, and these trees are full of holmium. Absolutely full of holmium. Well, let's see if we can find one or two. Also, I kind of want to check over here like a little bit to see if there was actually like a vault right over there. Made a lot of jokes about that, but there could just be a vault like right over here. Really mind up these trees over here. So, wow, that was a hard zap. Usually doesn't hurt that much. That's still kind of far away over here. How is it still so far away? Alright, run, little man. You can do it. Oh man, those walking sounds. Oh no. Oh fucking no. Hell fucking no. What the fuck? No! Ah! No! To be fair, it's a rather small island. And it's also not a lot of scrap. It's only 7.5 million. But yes, this was definitely way shorter than going all the way over here. But that's 35 million over there. Yeah, it's... But that's a rather small island, actually. And now watch us find like another island right over here, something like that, with like another vault. Whereas I'm currently more or less looking for some trees. Well, there must be some trees around here somewhere. Well, there should be some trees around here, but I guess they didn't spawn. There's a couple. Yeah, each one of these is 6 holmium. And there's a lot of them. Yep. There are trees that use lightning? Maybe. Alright, let's have a quick look if we can find something else over there. I don't really want to go too far, but having a bit of explore over here feels great. Feels correct. Also, oof, big oil lake. And again, there's no need for us to parapole that into that direction, but oh, it feels very barren over here. Something coming up. At least a little bit of protection over there. That's a colossal ruin. 23 million scrap though. Not too bad. Big Fulgoran rune. The big one, come on. And Tonka bean trees have incredibly low moisture and incredible dense trunk, and this channels the lightning to parasitic vines and smaller trees around them. Also, Tonka beans are amazing. Nom 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 nom. Alright. Come on. Give me something. I mean, we got 41 holmium in our pocket, probably more than we made like over the last couple. Well, over the last hour. Actually, oh. Vault. Also, very small island again. 21 million. The fact that we only found like 2 vaults going this direction is kind of disturbing, actually. Motherfucker. Ah! 32 million. Yeah, we should have probably gone the other way. This way is way better. But what we're looking for are trees. Also, this is a nicely sized island. Alright, get over there. And the trees are also kind of rare. Oh, no trees. Oh, wait, one tree. 7 holmium. Well, at least something. At least we have some protection over here. How much is over here? 27 million. Lovely. Yeah, I guess going north would have been a way better decision, because going south was, I think, the worst decision ever. I mean, at the end of the day, it's a coin flip. It's either go one direction or the other. Okay, I almost thought it was another vault. But it's just a pile. 50 million. Any trees in here? No. Alright, let's go for one more island, and I guess then we will turn back, because we also have to walk... Ow! We also have to walk this entire thing back over there. Here we go. Oh, this is also pretty nice. So much space over here. Okay, there's one more island just over there. We're not really looking for scrap, we're looking for holmium. I'm getting kind of greedy. I like it. Every time I just go like, I just one more island, come on. How far can we have gone already? The next island will probably have some holmium trees for us, right? Right? Well. Or maybe the one after that. I should never gamble for life because I'm way too greedy for that. Alright, one more island, but then we will definitely go back. Because it's also... Oh, it's already past midnight. Oh, shit. Alright, what do we have over there? Yep. I see some scrap. I see some ruins. It feels like by far the biggest island so far. Just have a little peek over the horizon. Okay, there's another island. There's another island. Trees! Was worth it. Lots of trees. Yep. Some random scrap. Oh. There's two things in there, right? Yeah, there's two things. There's this thing over there as well. Alright, over there. Here we go. Good. Any more trees? Nah, we good. We good. How much home is that? Was that another tree? That's a ruin. Alright, there we go. 128. Not a lot, but it's a bit at least. We could, of course, also go all the way to the southwest again and pick up some of the better prot bots. We're not going to do that. That's just so far away. Alright, let's look at the map then. Oh, we did go kind of far. Not as far as down here, but we did go kind of far. 21 million. This is not too bad. It looks kind of good. 32 million over there. Also not too bad. On the map, the island is definitely looking bigger than expected. I mean, what is this? About this in size. There's a big slab over there. There are some bigger islands over here, which is kind of nice at least. Like this guy over there as well. Also with only 1.4 million. But yeah, maybe for some future train stops or something like that, we could use those. That will at least be something. Did we already do the research for these in oil? Oh, okay. We can already place these in oil. Not in deep oil, but at least in the shallow oil. So we could think about setting up some... Never mind. Never mind. There might be some bigger oil legs in the way. Alright. Run, little man. Run. I do like the music on Fulgora. Fulgora is definitely by far one of my most favorite planets. Like Fulgora and Vulcanus, those two, magnificent. Gleba I also do like, even though it is a little bit harder to get going on Gleba. And I guess that's also the main grievance points for like a lot of players. Like once you're on Gleba, it's kind of hard to really get going on Gleba. Whereas on Vulcanus and on Fulgora, you just can go. You just arrive and you just go. On Gleba, it's more like, why is everything sticky? Ugh. Here we go. Alright, let's hope that this doesn't take too long. Let's just go back real quick, put the holmium into the machines, and then we can call it. And this is map generation and custom scenario, or do you have a modded custom world generation like this? We have a mod for this. Sorry if I missed that. I was kind of focused on the Twitch chat. I've written the mod myself. We just basically altered the terrain generation a bit. So that things kind of go diagonal. It's basically more or less still basic world generation. just with like some special tiles. For example, here we can like put foundation on the middle, the diagonal over here. So we can put foundation all over here if we want to, but we cannot do that outside of here. We can also not really walk over here. So this is completely blocked off. So yes, and the same is also true for Gleba. Welcome to Gleba. Same thing over here. We cannot really land for the outside, but we can land for the insides over here. That's not really an issue. We can also not really put these rail supports on the outside. That doesn't even really work that well. By the way, Gleba, we just came and we went. Gleba is a horrible place right now. We don't really want to be there. Volcanus also is pretty much the same, but like with lava on each side. Problem with on Volcanus at the moment is Volcanus, we are landlocked. We went to Volcanus once and there was nothing for us to do, so we kind of left. As on Volcanus, to get around the Volcanus, we will need a jetpack. And then we will also need to deal with some worms once we have the jetpack. It's also kind of the reason why we're kind of focusing like a little bit more effort over here on Fulgora, so that we can get the science packs together to make the jetpack. Because for the jetpack, the only thing we need is going to be the mech armor. And the mech armor itself is also going to need a whole bunch of resources, but that's another problem for another day. But first and foremost, we need to research that thing. Can the worms turn around? The worms can just swim in lava. The worms basically we can wait. Let me just go back to the base, and then we can save it real quick, and then we can cheat our way over to Volcanus, and then you'll see it. Then you will see it. How much further do we need to go? Only halfway? How greedy did I get? What the fuck? Oh. That was a very greedy Pulse Viking over here, it seems. It's like just one more island. One more island will be fine, right? One more island. Then suddenly we're like miles off. This is a little bit better terrain over there. Here we go. Oh, cliff. Ah, cliff. There's a cliff over here. Run faster, my man. Here we go. Is this a public mod? I have not published it yet because the source code is horrendous. I should publish it soon. Because why not publish it? Well, at the moment it's still a private mod. There's like something I've written myself. But yeah, if we look at the source code, you just look. If any kind of somewhat proper mod developer would look into that source code I've written over there, they would be like, "What the fuck is going on over here? Please get a shotgun and shoot this guy." I also kind of want to at least add a feature in it so you can set the width of the diagonal, because at the moment it's kind of hard-coded to be like just a little bit too short for a train to turn around. Like for example, if we would put some train tracks over here. It should not be able to go all the way around, yes. It's one tile too short for the full turn. Just to fuck around with things. But, to be perfectly honest, once you get elevated rails will make you able to make a full turn. Because you can just hover the elevated parts on the outside of the terrain, and it will be fine. And it works. Do you like what to look at it? True. But that width thing we should put in, and to be, it's just a minor fix. Maybe on first day we just do like another hour of mod development before we start the stream, where we just clean up the code a bit. It's not that much, and once it's cleaned up, it'll be so nice. And then we can also put the width thing in there. Yeah, let's do that. Like on first day, the first hour before we start, we just do a little bit of mod development. Because else I'll just be pushing this thing on and on and on, and it will never get done. Alright, are we there yet? Okay, almost. 2 more islands. Ugh, move faster, little man. You're almost there. By the way, these corners over here, like these little strips of land over there, this is more or less a map generation bug I've accidentally made, but I kind of like it. Because, to be perfectly honest, walking around on Fulgora is just a pain in the arse if we had to walk through, like, all this mud over here. So, it might seem a bit weird and cheaty, but to be perfectly honest, I would keep it like that. Because else you would probably go absolutely insane. Alright, we're back. Here, you. Have this. Also have that. Good. Alright, let's save the game real quick. And then we can show off Volcanoes real quick. And then we can also see what the issue is with Volcanoes right now. Volcanoes. Here we go. Volcanoes. View. Volcanoes. Welcome to Volcanoes. Good. We kind of went already over here, and then we kind of left quite fast because, yeah. That's reason number one. And reason number two, I think, is on the other side. We kind of landed down over here and it was like, okay, Volcanoes, cool. And then it was like, yeah, we can't do shit in here. And there's reason number two. And there's a worm. Look at them go. The worms can just swim in lava. They'll be fine over there. But yeah, we can't cross this area. I also don't really want to spoil myself too much and give me the jetpack and start flying up over there. I guess there might be some sulfur over there, but who knows. But yeah, the worms, they'll swim over here in lava. They don't really care about that. They'll spawn all around over there, everywhere. Which I guess is fine. We also still have the worm debug mode on, but I guess that's fine. Because then we can spot them a little bit easier. But I don't really mind them just swimming around over there. Can you build elevated rails now? I can, but we still cannot place elevated rails over here on the lava. You would still need foundation over there to place them over there. Oh, but yeah. Sure, true. You are correct. Wait a minute. Well, yeah, we could, of course, elevate ourselves over there. That would work. And for that, we would need a jetpack. But we would need... Oh, that's gonna be a horrible adventure. You do know that. Because wherever we go, we will need to deal with worms over there. And then with this worm over there. And then with the worm after that. We could go for that. I mean, at least then we don't need to wait on the jetpack. That is very true. Let's just see over here if we can make the southern jump. So is there any... Yeah, this should probably work. Like... over there. Oh, wait. One over there, and then let's just see if we can put some track on that. Yeah, it'll work. It is trying to landfill these over there a little bit, like with like foundation. But we should be able to get over there. All right. Maybe we can salvage this a bit more. Alright, but let's load back real quick because... There we go. Oh. Let's load back real quick because... There we go. Good. Because we don't want to cheat too much. Alright. Okay, we got 300 times packs in there now. Great. Yeah, bringing that Holmium over here by hand definitely helped out quite a bit. But yeah, Holmium is kind of slow over here. Alright. But it's past midnight. It's way past midnight over here. And I am kind of good for today. So let's call it over here. And let's call it over there as well. Good. We're going to be rating probably CD. Because she's probably still playing Oblivion. She's probably just going to do like 12-hour streams. Yeah, she's still live.
I don't actually remember, but it was around this time last.
Shut up. I'll only be streaming for 7.5 hours. Yeah, we're gonna raid CD. She'll be fine. Alright. Thank you so much for today. I'll be back on Thursday. Either we do that little bit of mod development on Thursday before we, on the first hour of the stream, or we just continue on. Now that we know that we can get to Volcanus a little bit more easier with the train bridges, we might just do that. But that would also mean that we need to prepare a bit more, like in terms of warfare. Which means we'll probably have to build a tank and probably need to deck out the tank so we can shoot some worms. But we'll see about that on Thursday. Nevertheless, more Factorio on Thursday. On Friday, we're going to be doing more Greg Tech New Horizon. Next week is going to be yet another long weekend on Thursday, Friday, Saturday, Sunday. But I don't really think it will be affecting our streaming schedule too much. No, I think that should be fine. But you'll see in the schedule for next week. Nevertheless, thank you so much for today. I hope you had an amazing time. We're going over to CD. She's doing some Elder Scrolls Oblivion, the remaster, which got released like today. Still hoping I get the key for that. Who knows? Maybe I get one, maybe I don't get one. We will see about that. If I do get one, we're also going to be doing that soon. But yes. Which holiday are you forgetting? Tag der Arbeit in Germany. Day of Labor. Labor Day. It's Labor Day over here. Alright. Have a good one, everybody. Until next time. Good night.